Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the Shadow Ranger wielding the power of the Rinnegan. Naruto x Kira Ford x Elsa, Power Rangers Dino Thunder. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Dimensional Breach. The metallic taste of blood filled Naruto's mouth as he skidded backward across the battlefield, his sandals carving twin furrows in the scorched earth. His black and orange outfit was torn in a dozen places, revealing a lattice of fresh wounds already beginning to seal themselves through the Kyuubi's regeneration. Around him, the valley lay devastated, ancient trees reduced to splinters, massive craters pockmarking the landscape, the very air charged with residual chakra that made it difficult to breathe. You still don't understand, do you? His opponent's voice carried across the ravaged terrain with unnatural clarity. Madara Uchiha stood amid the destruction, seemingly untouched by the cataclysmic exchange that had just occurred. The legendary Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed with malevolent purpose, his long black hair whipping in the chakra-laden winds. This cycle of hatred cannot be broken by your childish idealism. The infinite Tsukuyomi is the only path to true peace. Naruto wiped blood from his chin, his cerulean eyes hardening with resolve as they transformed, concentric purple rings replacing his natural blue irises as the Rinnegan manifested. The legendary dojutsu, gifted to him through an impossible sequence of events, pulsed with power that made the air around him distort. "You're wrong," Naruto replied, his voice steady despite his battered condition. "I've seen what happens when people take shortcuts to peace. It's just another form of control. Another prison." He formed a complex series of hand seals, chakra visibly coalescing around his fingers. The six paths chakra within him resonated with the Rinnegan, creating harmonic vibrations that caused small stones to levitate around his feet. "Your persistence is admirable but ultimately futile," Madara said, activating his own Rinnegan. "Let me show you the difference between a borrowed power and one that's truly mastered." The Uchiha Patriarch launched forward with blinding speed, hands flashing through seals faster than ordinary eyes could perceive. Rinnegan. Dimensional collapse. Naruto's eyes widened in recognition. This Technique, a forbidden jutsu that distorted the fabric of reality itself, could tear apart the dimensional boundaries. If unchecked, it could destroy everything within a kilometer radius. With no time to dodge, Naruto countered with the only technique that might neutralize it. Six paths. Dimensional barrier. The two techniques collided with a sound like reality itself screaming in protest. A Visi. BLE shockwave of purple-tinged energy expanded outward from the point of impact, disintegrating everything it touched into particulate matter. At the center of the cataclysm, Naruto felt the Rinnegan's power surging beyond his control. The dimensional techniques weren't canceling each other out. They were resonating, amplifying, creating a cascading failure in the fabric of space-time. "What have you done?" Madara shouted, genuine alarm breaking through his composure as fractal patterns of light began to splinter across the sky. Even the legendary Uchiha hadn't anticipated this reaction. Naruto tried to disengage from the technique, but the energy had become self-sustaining. The Rinnegan burned in his skull like twin suns, and he felt his very atoms beginning to vibrate at impossible frequencies. "I can't stop it," he called out, more to himself than to Madara. The dimensional rift expanded around him, a whirling vortex of purple-black energy that distorted light and sound. Naruto felt himself being pulled apart at the subatomic level, his consciousness stretching across multiple planes of existence simultaneously. The last thing he saw before being swallowed by the dimensional void was Madara's face, for once showing an emotion other than contempt. It was fear, then darkness, a sensation of falling through infinite space. The cold between worlds, and finally, light. The energy signatures are off the charts. Drive. Oliver. Haley's fingers flew across the keyboard as monitoring equipment around the underground lab beeped with increasing urgency. Her auburn hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, her intelligent eyes fixed on scrolling data that painted her face in a blue electronic glow. Dr. Tommy Oliver leaned over her shoulder, his experienced gaze narrowing as he interpreted the readings. The former green, white, red, and now Black Ranger had seen many strange phenomena in his career, but this was different. It's like nothing in our database, he confirmed. Concern evident in his voice. The pattern almost resembles the morphing grid, but it's inverted somehow. And these energy spikes are unlike anything I've ever seen. Behind them, 3 teenagers exchanged worried glances. Connor McKnight, the Red Ranger, crossed his athletic arms over his chest. So what exactly are we looking at here? Another one of Mesogog's experiments. I don't think so, Kira Ford replied. The Yellow Ranger's musician instincts sensing something else entirely. The harmonics are all wrong. Listen, she gestured toward the monitoring equipment, which was emitting a strange, pulsing tone that followed no recognizable pattern. Ethan James, the Blue Ranger and team tech expert, moved closer to one of the secondary monitors. She's right. This isn't Mesogog's energy signature. It's more like a tear in the fabric of reality, Haley finished, pulling up a geographical display that showed the disturbance centered in Reefside Park. And it's growing. Tommy's expression hardened with decision. Let's move. Whatever this is, we need to contain it before civilians get hurt. As the team rushed to their vehicles, none of them noticed the small dinosaur gem fragment they'd been analyzing earlier that day. Resting in an isolation chamber, it had begun to pulse with an amber light that perfectly matched the rhythm of the dimensional disturbance. Kira Ford had experienced plenty of strange situations since becoming a Power Ranger, but the scene unfolding in Reefside Park still managed to take her breath away. A swirling vortex of purplish energy had formed above the central clearing, its edges rippling with what looked like electric black fire. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something ancient and powerful that made the hair on her arms stand on end. I'm getting major déjà vu here, Connor muttered beside her, referring to the portal that had once taken them to Mesogog's island fortress. This is different, Tommy replied, his voice grave. The energy patterns suggest this is opening from somewhere else entirely. Ethan held up his scanning device, brow furrowed in concentration. These readings don't make sense. It's like it's pulling energy from everywhere. The atmosphere, the ground, even from us. As if responding to his observation, the vortex suddenly expanded, sending out a pulse that knocked all 4 rangers off their feet. The surrounding trees bent away from the disturbance as though caught in a hurricane. I think we need to morph. Connor shouted over the increasing roar. Tommy nodded grimly. Do it, but stay back until we know what we're dealing with. In perfect synchronization, the team activated their morphers. Dino Thunder, power up. Ha! Energy enveloped them, transforming them into their ranger forms. The familiar sensation of enhanced strength and protection settled over Kira as her yellow suit materialized. Through her visor, she could see the dimensional tear more clearly now. Its structure resembled a DNA helix that constantly folded in on itself. Whatever's coming through, it's coming now, she warned, sensing a change in the vortex's energy. The tear reached its crescendo. Light spilling from its center as a humanoid figure was violently ejected from the portal. The figure hit the ground with bone-jarring force, rolling several times before oming to rest at the base of an oak tree. As suddenly as it had appeared, the vortex collapsed in on itself, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air to mark its existence. For a moment, nobody moved. Then, cautiously, Tommy stepped forward, brachio staff at the ready. Stay alert, he instructed. We don't know if it's hostile. Kira found herself moving forward as well, drawn by something she couldn't quite identify. As they approached, she could see it was a young man, perhaps a few years older than herself. He wore strange clothing, tattered orange and black garments unlike any fashion she recognized. His blonde hair was matted with blood, and strange marks that resembled whiskers adorned his cheeks. Is he alive? Ethan asked. As if in answer, the stranger's eyes snapped open. Kira gasped involuntarily. Instead of normal eyes, his irises displayed a hypnotic pattern of concentric purple rings that seemed to contain universes within them. Those impossible eyes fixed on the rangers. Confusion evident despite their alien appearance. Then, with movement too fast to track, the stranger was on his feet, dropping into a defensive stance that spoke of years of martial training. His hands formed an unfamiliar sign, and the air around him began to shimmer with invisible energy. Who are you? He demanded, voice hoarse but commanding. Where am I? Tommy stepped forward, lowering his weapon slightly but remaining ready. We're the Power Rangers. You're in Reefside. We mean you no harm. The stranger's strange eyes narrowed, clearly processing this information against some internal database and finding no matches. Power Rangers, he repeated, the term obviously foreign to him. I don't. His words cut off as he suddenly clutched his head, the purple rings in his eyes fluctuating wildly. Something's wrong, he gasped. The chakra here, it's different. Before anyone could respond, the ground trembled. From the trees surrounding the clearing, a dozen reptilian humanoids emerged, pteranodrones. Mesogog's foot soldiers. Perfect timing, Connor muttered, shifting his stance. Kira noticed the strange visitor tense, his unusual eyes assessing the new threat with practiced efficiency. Despite his obvious injuries and disorientation, there was something in his posture that spoke of extensive combat experience. Friends of yours? He asked, voice suddenly steady. Not exactly, Tommy replied. Stay back, you're injured, and these creatures are dangerous. A sound escaped the blonde stranger that might have been a laugh. Dangerous is relative, he said, straightening to his full height. What happened next defied explanation. The stranger moved with impossible speed, becoming little more than a blur of orange and black. He engaged the first three pteranodrones before the Rangers could even react, his fighting style unlike anything Kira had ever witnessed, a fluid combination of strikes, redirections, and acrobatic maneuvers that seemed to anticipate his opponent's movements before they occurred. Shadow clone jutsu, he called out, forming that strange hand sign again. In a burst of smoke, 5 identical copies of the stranger appeared, each moving with the same fluid grace as the original. The pteranodrones faltered, clearly unprepared for this development. Okay, that's new, Ethan commented, voice tinged with awe. We can't just stand here, Connor said, snapping out of his shock. Let's move. The Rangers joined the fray, but Kira found herself repeatedly distracted by the stranger and his duplicates. They moved with coordinated precision that rivaled even the Rangers' teamwork, using techniques that defied physics. One clone created a swirling sphere of energy in his palm that tore through a pteranodrone like paper. Another seemed to walk up a vertical tree trunk as though gravity were optional. When a pteranodrone lunged at her from her blind spot, one of the stranger's clones intercepted it, dispatching the creature with a series of precise strikes that targeted pressure points Kira hadn't even known existed on the reptilian beings. Thanks, she said, momentarily locking eyes with the clone. Up close, she noticed flecks of red occasionally flickering through the purple rings. The clone nodded once before diving back into the fray. With the combined efforts of the Rangers and the mysterious visitor, he pteranodrones were quickly dispatched. As the last one fell, the stranger's clones disappeared in simultaneous puffs of smoke, leaving only the original standing amidst the defeated enemies. For a moment, he maintained his fighting stance, eyes sweeping the perimeter for additional threats. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, he staggered, the strange purple rings in his eyes fading to startlingly blue irises before he collapsed to his knees. Kira was the first to reach him, catching his shoulder before he could face plant into the dirt. Hey, take it easy, she said, surprised by how solid he felt beneath her gloved hand. You just fell through a dimensional tear and fought off a dozen monsters. Maybe pace yourself. A weak smile ghosted across his face. Not the strangest day I've had, he murmured before his eyes rolled back and he slumped unconscious against her. Tommy approached, demorphing as he assessed the situation. We need to get him back to the lab. Whatever he is, Mesogog will be tracking that energy signature. And I have a feeling our new friend here has answers we're going to need. Consciousness returned to Naruto in fragments, sensations first, then sounds. Finally coherent thoughts. He was lying on something flat but not uncomfortable. The air smelled of antiseptic and electronics, reminiscent of a hospital but with differences he couldn't place. Nearby, voices conversed in low tones, using terminology that made little sense to him. Molecular structure is unlike anything in our database, a female voice was saying. The energy ray dings resemble the morphing grid but with significant anomalies. Could it be extraterrestrial? A male voice asked. We know there are civilizations beyond Earth that have access to the grid. I don't think so, a different male voice replied, this one carrying an authority that reminded Naruto of Kakashi. The dinosaur gem fragment reacted to his presence. There's a connection there we need to understand. Naruto carefully cracked one eye open, assessing his surroundings without alerting his observers. He appeared to be in some kind of underground facility, part laboratory, part command center. Advanced technology hummed all around him, monitors displaying data he couldn't interpret. 5 people stood a short distance away, engaged in discussion. He recognized 4 of them from the park, the warriors in colored suits. Now in civilian attire. The 5th was a woman with auburn hair who hadn't been present during the fight. Using a technique he'd perfected during his training with Jiraiya, Naruto extended his chakra sense outward, trying to gauge potential threats. What he encountered nearly made him gasp aloud. The chakra in this place, in this entire world, felt fundamentally different from anything he'd experienced before. Rather than the familiar flow of spiritual and physical energy, he sensed something more structured, more deliberate. It resonated at frequencies Chi made his Rinnegan pulse behind his closed eyelids. He's awake, said the yellow-clad girl from earlier, noticing his subtle movements. She had a musician's ear for detail, Naruto realized. No point in pretending now. Naruto sat up, suppressing a groan as his body reminded him of the interdimensional trauma it had recently endured. The Kyuubi's healing factor was working, but slower than usual in this strange environment. How are you feeling? Asked the older man, clearly the leader, dressed in black with short spiky hair and watchful eyes that spoke of hard-won experience. Like I got it by a Bijudama and thrown through several dimensions, Naruto replied honestly, rolling his shoulders to work out the stiffness. Which is pretty much what happened, minus the Bijudama part. His answer drew blank looks all around. I'm Drive, Tommy Oliver, the leader said after a moment, wisely moving past the incomprehensible reference. This is Connor, Ethan, Kira, and Haley. You're safe here. Naruto nodded, taking in each face. The red-clothed athlete with confidence bordering on arrogance. The blue-dressed intellectual with calculating eyes. The yellow-dressed musician with perceptive intensity. The civilian technician whose intelligence reminded him of Shikamaru. Naruto Uzumaki, he offered in return. Shinobi of Konohagakure. And, he hesitated, then decided on honesty, apparently dimensionally displaced. Quote, Shinobi, the one called Ethan repeated. As in, ninja. Naruto nodded, observing their reactions. Skepticism from most, though the leader, Tommy, merely looked thoughtful. As if ninja from another dimension weren't the strangest thing he'd encountered. Those creatures you helped us fight, Tommy said, redirecting the conversation. They're called Pteranodrones, foot soldiers for a mutant called Mesogog who wants to return Earth to the age of dinosaurs. Every world has its Madara, I guess, Naruto muttered, then more clearly, I'm guessing you're this world's defenders. These Power Rangers you mentioned, Tommy nodded. We draw power from dinosaur gems, fossilized remains imbued with prehistoric power connected to what we call the morphing grid. The morphing grid, Naruto repeated, the term resonating with something he'd sensed. That's the energy I've been feeling. It's similar to chakra but more structured, less organic. Chakra, Haley asked, interest piqued. That's what you called the energy you were using. Naruto considered how to explain a concept so fundamental to his world that it was like describing water to fish. It's the combination of physical and spiritual energy that flows through all living things where I come from. Shinobi learned to harness it for various techniques. Like creating copies of yourself? Kira asked, speaking up for the first time. Something in her direct gaze reminded Naruto of Sakura, not physically, but in her no-nonsense demeanor. Shadow clones, Naruto confirmed. One of my specialties. And those eyes? Connor asked, gesturing vaguely toward his own face. They went all purple and ringed during the fight. Naruto unconsciously touched the skin beside his eye. The Rinnegan. It's a rare ability. Grants certain powers. I'm still learning to control it fully. He deliberately kept the explanation vague, unsure how much to reveal to these strangers, however helpful they'd been. Tommy seemed to sense his reticence. Look, we understand you've been dropped into an unfamiliar situation. We're not trying to interrogate you. But whatever brought you here created Energy readings unlike anything we've seen, and Mesogog definitely noticed. If he's after you or the power you represent, we need to be prepared. The straightforward approach appealed to Naruto. It reminded him of his own diplomatic style, direct but not aggressive. Fair enough, he conceded. I was in battle with an extremely dangerous opponent. We both used dimensional techniques simultaneously. They interacted badly. I got pulled through the resulting rift. The last thing I remember clearly was being torn apart at the atomic level, then reconstructed here. He frowned, remembering something. There was a moment when I existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. I think I may have left echoes of myself elsewhere. Haley looked fascinated by this information, already typing notes into a nearby computer. That could explain the residual energy patterns we're detecting around the city. Little fragments of your chakra, scattered during the translocation process. Naruto nodded, then winced as a sharp pain lanced through his skull. The Rinnegan flared momentarily, causing nearby electronic equipment to static. Tommy noticed immediately. Your power is unstable here. Yes, Naruto agreed, forcing the Rinnegan to recede with conscious effort. The chakra here resonates differently. It's affecting my control. We should run some tests, Haley suggested. Nothing invasive, just energy readings that might help us understand the interaction between your chakra and our morphing grid. Before Naruto could respond, an alarm blared throughout the command center. Monitors switched to show a downtown area where a monstrous creature was terrorizing civilians. The beast resembled a chimeric fusion of reptile and industrial machinery, with drill-like appendages and a skeletal face. Looks like Mesogog didn't waste any time, Tommy observed grimly. He's already trying to draw you out. Naruto slid off the examination table, finding his balance with practiced ease despite residual disorientation. Then let's not disappoint him. Whoa, hold up, Connor interjected. No offense, but you just got here, you're still recovering, and your powers are going haywire. Maybe sit this one out. Naruto met the Red Ranger's gaze steadily. Where I come from, we don't stand aside when people are in danger, especially not when we're the cause of that danger. If is Mesogog is targeting civilians to get to me, that makes it my responsibility. Something in his tone must have conveyed his resolve, because Tommy nodded after a moment's consideration. We could use the help. But Connor's right about your condition. Stay behind us, observe how we operate, and only engage if absolutely necessary. Deal. It wasn't the role Naruto was accustomed to, but he recognized the wisdom in the approach. Deal. As the Rangers prepared to move out, Kira paused beside him. For what it's worth, she said quietly, that thing you did with the energy sphere. Pretty impressive. A ghost of Naruto's trademark grin appeared. That was just a basic Rasengan. Wait until you see what I can really do when I'm not falling apart at the molecular level. Something that have been a smile flickered across her face before she joined her team. The downtown district of Reefside had transformed into a war zone in a matter of minutes. Cars lay overturned, storefronts shattered, lampposts bent at impossible angles. At the center of the destruction strode the mechanical reptilian monstrosity, each step leaving cracks in the pavement. I am Dimensional Driller, the creature announced in a voice that grated like metal on stone. Surrender the dimensional anomaly, or I'll reduce this city to rubble. Why do they always monologue? Connor muttered as they ran. Gers positioned themselves between the monster and the fleeing civilians. Tradition, I guess, Ethan replied. Tommy stepped forward. We're only going to say this once, stand down. The creature's skeletal face twisted into what might have been a grin. 4 Rangers against Mesogog's newest creation. The odds aren't in your favor, especially with my special ability. The drills adorning its arms began to spin, generating a high-pitched whine. The air around them distorted, similar to the effects Naruto had witnessed during his own dimensional displacement. It's creating micro-rifts. Ha! Yuli's voice came through their communicators. The energy signature matches the residual patterns from Naruto's arrival. He's harvesting the dimensional fragments, Naruto realized, observing from a nearby rooftop where Tommy had instructed him to remain. Through his enhanced senses, he could feel the creature pulling in the scattered remnants of his chakra that had been dispersed during his violent arrival. The Rangers morphed in unison, their transformation sequence briefly illuminating the battlefield. They engaged the monster with coordinated tactics that spoke of extensive training together. Connor's speed, Ethan's strength, Kira's sonic abilities, and Tommy's experience complemented each other impressively. But Dimensional Driller proved formidable. Each time the Rangers landed a significant blow, the creature would activate its drilling appendages, creating a localized dimensional distortion that displaced their attacks. After several minutes of combat, the Rangers were clearly struggling, unable to overcome the monster's spatial manipulation. Their attacks are being redirected through dimensional micro-pockets, Naruto observed, his Rinnegan activating instinctively to analyze the phenomenon. It's similar to Kamui, but less refined. Below, Kira was caught in one such distortion, her Terra grips passing harmlessly through the monster as it shifted partially out of phase with this dimension. The creature countered with a brutal strike that sent her flying into a parked car. Something protective stirred in Naruto at the sight. He'd stood on the sidelines long enough. With practiced precision, he formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 copies materialized around him, each dropping into a ready stance. Analyze the dimensional frequency, Naruto instructed his clones. Find the pattern. As the clones spread out to observe from different angles, Naruto leapt from the rooftop, landing between Kira and the advancing monster. His arrival kicked up a cloud of dust, his chakra already beginning to visibly manifest around him as a bluish aura. You wanted the dimensional anomaly, he called out, blue eyes flashing purple as the Rinnegan activated. Here I am. Dimensional Driller's skeletal face twisted with malicious glee. Perfect. Master Mesogog will be pleased when I deliver you to him. The creature charged, drills spinning. Naruto stood his ground, hands forming seals in rapid succession. As the monster struck, Naruto's body seemed to ripple, the attack passing through him as though he were made of water. Water-style substitution, he explained, now standing behind the confused creature. Something I picked up from a friend. Before the monster could turn, Naruto delivered a palm strike directly to its back. Almighty push. The Rinnegan-enhanced technique sent Dimensional Driller hurtling forward, crashing through a concrete wall. The Rangers regrouped around Naruto, clearly impressed but also concerned. I thought we agreed you'd stay back, Tommy said, though there was more resignation than anger in his tone. I observed long enough to understand the pattern, Naruto replied. This creature isn't creating true dimensional rifts, it's harvesting the residual energy from my arrival to create localized phase shifts. There's a rhythm to it. One of his shadow clones appeared beside them. 3s. Econned intervals between dimensional shifts, it reported. And its core is vulnerable immediately after each shift. Another clone landed nearby. It can only manipulate space directly in front of its drills. Attacks from multiple angles will overload its processing capacity. Tommy nodded, quickly grasping the tactical implications. Connor, Ethan, flank it from opposite sides. Kira, aerial assault to divide its attention. All engage from the front. Naruto, all synchronize with your attacks to counter its dimensional shifting. Naruto finished, a plan already forming. As Dimensional Driller extracted itself from the rubble, the Rangers moved into position. The creature, sensing the shift in tactics, began spinning its drills more frantically, creating overlapping distortion fields. Now, Tommy commanded. The Rangers attacked simultaneously from different angles, forcing the monster to rapidly shift its defensive capabilities between multiple threats. As predicted, this created a pattern of vulnerability that Naruto and his remaining clones exploited. When the creature attempted to phase Connor's attack into another dimension, Naruto used the Rinnegan's power to stabilize the local space-time, preventing the shift. The Red Ranger's strike connected solidly, staggering the monster. Its dimensional stabilizer is in its chest. Naruto called out, the Rinnegan allowing him to see energy patterns invisible to normal perception. Concentrated attack there. Kira swooped down from above, her Terra grips glowing with yellow energy. On it. As she struck, Dimensio. Null Driller attempted another phase shift. This time, Naruto used a more advanced technique. Rinnegan Art. Dimensional Anchor. Purple energy flowed from his extended hands, creating visible chains that bound the monster to this dimension's physical laws. It screeched in frustrated rage, unable to escape as Kira's attack struck true, cracking the crystalline structure in its chest. "Finish it," Naruto shouted, strain evident in his voice as maintaining the dimensional anchor taxed his already unstable chakra. The Rangers combined their weapons into a unified energy cannon, taking aim at the exposed vulnerability. Z-Rex Blaster, fire! The resulting energy beam struck with pinpoint accuracy. Dimensional Driller convulsed as its systems overloaded, the dimensional energy it had stead backfiring through its own circuits. With a final mechanical wail, it exploded in a shower of components and dissipating energy. As the dust settled, Naruto released his technique, dropping to O. Nei as exhaustion caught up with him. His remaining shadow clones dispelled automatically, their remaining chakra flowing back into him. Kira was the first to reach him. "That was reckless," she said, though there was unmistakable respect in her voice. "And impressive." Naruto managed a tired smile. "Where I come from, reckless and impressive often go hand in hand." Before the conversation could continue, the ground trembled. Dark clouds gathered overhead as rain began to fall, unnaturally heavy and localized. From the scattered remains of Dimensional Driller, a new energy pattern emerged. A swirling vortex of black and purple, similar to but distinct from the one that had brought Naruto to this world. "That's not good," Ethan observed unnecessarily. Tommy's voice was grim behind his helmet. Mesogog must be using the creature's remains to channel the dimensional energy. "Haley, are you seeing this? Energy readings are off the charts." Haley's alarmed voice came through their communicators. "It's creating a stable dimensional aperture, large enough for something to come through." Naruto forced himself back to his feet, the Rinnegan flaring as he sensed familiar chakra emanating from the growing portal. "Something is already coming through," he warned, dropping into a defensive stance despite his exhaustion. "And I recognize that energy signature." The vortex expanded, lightning crackling around its edges as reality itself seemed to protest the intrusion. A humanoid figure began to materialize within the swirling energy, tall, imposing, radiating malevolent power that made the air heavy with dread. As the figure solidified, features becoming distinct, Naruto's worst fears were confirmed. Long black hair framed a pale face marked with the scars of countless battles. Red armor covered a powerful frame, styled after ancient samurai traditions but with alien modifications. And those eyes, Sharingan and Rinnegan, alternating between the two legendary dojutsu with impossible fluidity. "No," Naruto breathed, genuine fear coloring his voice for the first time since his arrival. "Not him, not here. Who is it?" Tommy demanded, sensing the shift in Naruto's demeanor. The dimensional traveler's reply was little more than a whisper, yet it carried the weight of worlds. "Madara Uchiha." The legendary shinobi stepped fully into this reality, his mismatch. Eyes surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with cold calculation before settling on Naruto. A smile devoid of warmth spread across his face. "Found you. In Mesogog's island laboratory, the Reptilian mastermind observed the unfolding scene with growing interest. Elsa stood at his side, her dark attire and severe expression betraying nothing of her thoughts. "The dimensional experiment has yielded unexpected results, Master," she noted, watching as the monitoring screens displayed both Naruto and the newly arrived Madara. "These beings possess power unlike anything we've encountered before." "Yes," Mesogog hissed, his elongated face leaning closer to the screen. "The blonde On's energy signature resonates with the dinosaur gems. But this new arrival," he tapped a scaled finger against the image of Madara. "His power is darker, more refined. He could be useful." Elsa studied the readings scrolling across an adjacent monitor. "The dimensional instabilities are increasing exponentially. If this continues, it could tear open permanent rifts throughout Reefside." "A calculated risk," Mesogog replied dismissively. "These dimensional travelers may be the key to defeating the Rangers and returning this world to its prehistoric state." He turned to a workbench where a small dinosaur gem fragment rested in a containment field. The amber crystal pulsed with energy that synchronized perfectly with Naruto's chakra signature. "Begin preparations for Phase 2, he instructed. "I want to know exactly how these dimensional energies interact with our dinosaur power." As Elsa moved to comply, Mesogog returned his attention to the monitors, reptilian eyes narrowing with cruel anticipation. "Let them battle," he murmured. Each conflict reveals more secrets for us to exploit. Rain fell in sheets across the battlefield, driven by winds that seemed to respond to Madara's very presence. The legendary Uchiha stood amid the downpour, seemingly untouched by the elements. His gaze fixed on Naruto with predatory focus. "I must admit," Madara said, his deep voice carrying effortlessly despite the storm, "when our techniques collided, I didn't expect to be pursuing you across dimensions." Impressive, if unintentional. Naruto positioned himself between Madara and the Rangers, acutely aware of how vulnerable they would be against a shinobi of Madara's caliber. "How did you find me?" Madara gestured dismissively. "The Rinnegan allows one to perceive dimensional boundaries. When you left, fragments of yourself scattered across the multiverse, like breadcrumbs leading to this peculiar world." His gaze shifted to the Rangers. "With its own defenders, I see. How quaint." Tommy stepped forward, undaunted. "I don't know who you are, but if you're looking for trouble, you've found it." A flash of genuine amusement crossed Madara's face. Brave. Foolish, but brave. Without warning or visible movement, Madara was suddenly beside Tommy, a hand on the Black Ranger's shoulder. "Your energy is interesting. Not chakra, yet similar in certain fundamental ways." Before anyone could react, Madara delivered a precise strike to Tommy's mids. Action that sent him crashing through a nearby storefront, his ranger transformation flickering from the impact. "Doctor!" "Oh!" Connor shouted, charging forward with superhuman speed. Madara didn't even look in his direction. Fire style. Great flame wall. A massive barrier of intense flame erupted between Madara and the approaching rangers, its heat so extreme that the rain evaporated before reaching it, creating a localized steam cloud that further obscured visibility. Through the Rinnegan, Naruto could see Madara's chakra network, already adapting to this world's different energy patterns, as simulating the properties of the morphing grid with frightening efficiency. "Get back," Naruto warned the Rangers. "He's not like the enemies you're used to fighting." Kira, hovering above the battlefield with her pteranodon wings, called down, "We don't abandon our allies." Her loyalty struck a chord with Naruto, reminding him of his own team back home. But this wasn't the time for sentimentality. "Then follow my lead," he replied, chakra visibly coalescing around him as he focused his remaining strength. "Madara," he called out, "your quarrel is with me, not them." The Uchiha Patriarch turned his attention back to Naruto, seemingly losing interest in the Rangers. "Indeed, though I am curious about this world's defensive capabilities. Primitive, yet, there's potential." Naruto formed a complex series of hand seals. Wind style. Rasenshuriken. The familiar spinning disk of wind chakra formed above his palm, its high-pitched whine cutting through the storm's rumble. With practiced precision, Naruto hurled it directly at Madara. The legendary Uchiha didn't move, instead activating his Rinnegan. Prayed a path. As the Rasenshuriken approached, it began to dissipate, its chakra absorbed by Madara's technique. But Naruto had anticipated this. The real attack came from below. A shadow clone emerging from underground, a standard Rasengan aimed at Madara's feet. Madara leapt backward, avoiding the clone's attack, only to find himself in the path of Kira's sonic scream. The Yellow Ranger had positioned herself perfectly, unleashing a concentrated burst of sonic energy that even Madara's reflexes couldn't fully evade. The attack struck him squarely, momentarily disrupting his chakra flow. Naruto seized the opportunity, engaging Madara in taijutsu, a flurry of strikes and D counters too fast for normal eyes to follow. "Your new friends are inventive," Madara commented, blocking Naruto's attacks with practiced ease. "But ultimately irrelevant to our conflict." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "You're wrong. This world, these people, they're under my protection now." Madara's expression hardened. "Such sentimentality. It will be your downfall." With blinding speed, he formed seals for another jutsu. Fire style. Majestic destroyer flame. An inferno erupted from Madara's mouth, expanding outward in a wave of consuming heat. Naruto countered with his own technique. Water style. Water wall. Drawing moisture from the rain-soaked air, Naruto created a barrier of swirling water that met the flame wave head-on. Steam exploded across the battlefield as the opposing elements clashed, temporarily blinding everyone. Through the mist, Ethan and Connor executed a coordinated attack, their ranger weapons enhanced by their dinosaur powers. Though Madara easily deflected their strikes, their attack served its purpose, distraction. From above, Tommy re-entered the battle, having recovered from the initial blow. His brachio staff channeled black energy as he descended upon Madara from behind. Energy of Earth, unleashed. The ground beneath Madara's feet liquefied momentarily, throwing off his balance just enough for Tommy's attack to connect partially. The legendary Uchiha grunted in surprise. More at the unfamiliar energy than from any real damage. Interesting, he murmured, genuine curiosity in his voice. Your power isn't chakra-based, yet it affects the physical world similarly. Taking advantage of Madara's momentary distraction, Naruto pressed his attack. Six Paths Technique. Planetary Devastation. Using the Rinnegan's gravity manipulation, Naruto created a localized gravitational field centered on Madara. Debris from the damaged street began to lift and converge, forming a spherical prison around the Uchiha Patriarch. For a moment, it seemed to work. Madara was encased in a rapidly forming shell of concrete, metal, and earth. But then, cracks appeared, spreading across the surface of the sphere as an ominous purple glow emanated from within. A valiant effort, Madara's voice echoed from inside the crumbling prison. But ultimately futile. The sphere exploded outward, fragments becoming deadly projectiles that forced everyone to take cover. Madara stood at the center, unharmed, his perfect Susanoo beginning to form around him, a towering spectral warrior wreathed in ethereal flames. This world's energy is compatible with my techniques, he observed. Looking at his hand as the Susanoo's power flowed through him. Perhaps more so than our own. Naruto knew they couldn't win this fight, not in his current condition. Not with the Rangers unfamiliar with chakra-based combat. A tactical retreat was their only option. Rangers, he called out, we need to fall back. Tommy, ever the strategist, immediately understood. Regroup at the rendezvous point. He ordered his team. As the Rangers executed a coordinated withdrawal, Naruto created dozens of shadow clones, each engaging Madara's Susanoo to cover their escape. He knew the clones wouldn't last long against such power, but they only needed to buy a few moments. Madara watched with mild amusement as Naruto and the Rangers retreated. He made no move to pursue, instead studying the Susanoo's manifestation in this new world with scholarly interest. Run if you must, Naruto, he called after them. This new playing field merely makes our game more interesting. And these Rangers, his eyes gleamed with sinister purpose. They've given me ideas worth exploring. Deep beneath the streets of Reefside, in Tommy Oliver's underground command center. A somber group assessed the aftermath of their encounter. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed in meditation as he worked to stabilize his fluctuating chakra. The Rangers nursed various injuries, their morphing powers having protected them from the worst of Madara's attacks but not leaving them unscathed. So let me get this straight, Connor said, breaking the tense silence. Is Madara guy is basically a super-powered ninja warlord from your dimension who wants to put everyone in some kind of dream world. Naruto opened his eyes, the Rinnegan momentarily visible before fading back to blue. The infinite Tsukuyomi, yes, it's a genjutsu, an illusion, that would trap everyone in a perfect dream while their chakra is harvested. Madara believes it's the only path to true peace. By taking away free will, Kira said, her tone making clear how she felt about that philosophy. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. Where I come from, we've been fighting to prevent it. When our dimensional techniques collided, we were both thrown into the multiverse. But while I landed here directly, Madara seems to have traveled between dimensions before arriving. Tommy, studying data on one of the monitors, turned to the group. The energy readings suggest multiple dimensional breaches throughout Reefside, all within the last few hours. If Madara has been dimension hopping, I have acquired new powers or knowledge, Naruto finished grimly. The Sharingan and Rinnegan allow him to analyze and copy techniques almost instantly. If he's been exposed to different power systems across multiple realities, the implication hung heavily in the air. Haley, who had been analyzing samples of the residual energy from their battle, looked up from her work. There's something else. The dinosaur gem fragment we were studying earlier, it's reacting to Naruto's chakra signature in a way I've never seen before. It's almost as if it recognizes me, Naruto supplied, having sensed the connection himself. Since I arrived, I've felt drawn to that crystal. Its energy resonates with my chakra, specifically with the Rinnegan. Tommy exchanged significant looks with Haley. There's a legend among the keepers of the dinosaur gems, he said slowly. About a shadow power that existed before the dinosaurs, connected to the most fundamental forces of reality. We always thought it was just a myth. Nothing's ever just a myth in our line of work, Ethan pointed out dryly. Kira moved closer to Naruto, studying him with newfound consideration. So you might be connected to some ancient dinosaur power that predates even our gems. Naruto shrugged. I don't know about dinosaur power, but the Rinnegan is considered the most primordial of all dojutsu in my world, the original source from which all other eye techniques descended. It connects the user to the fundamental aspects of reality, gravity, attraction and repulsion, life and death. Tommy picked up the containment unit housing the amber gem fragment. This crystal has always been different from the others, darker, more reactive to environmental changes. We've never been able to bond it to a morpher or a ranger candidate. He looked directly at Naruto. Until now, perhaps. Naruto felt a pull toward the crystal, subtle but undeniable. What exactly are you suggesting? That maybe your arrival here wasn't entirely accidental. Tommy replied. That perhaps the shadow dinosaur power has been waiting for someone who could wield it. Someone with a connection to fundamental forces that matches its own nature. The theory sounded far-fetched. Yet Naruto had experienced enough supposed coincidences in his life to recognize patterns of destiny when they appeared. Even if that's true, he said, it doesn't solve our immediate problem. Madara is in this world now, and he's already adapting to its energy systems. Worse, if Mesogog was able to detect an attempt to harvest dimensional energy once, he'll try again, Haley concluded, and potentially ally with Madara if their goals align. Connor groaned. Great. A dinosaur-obsessed mutant and a dimension-hopping ninja warlord. This week just keeps getting better. Despite the gravity of the situation, Naruto found himself smiling faintly at the Red Ranger's gallows humor. It reminded him of his own tendency to find levity in dire circumstances, a survival mechanism he'd developed early in life. We need a plan, Tommy said, shifting into leader mode. Haley, see if you can use the gem fragment to track Madara's movements. His energy signature should be similar enough to Naruto's for our systems to detect. Haley nodded, already moving to the appropriate console. Connor, Ethan, patrol the city perimeter. If more dimensional anomalies appear, we need to know immediately. The two male rangers acknowledged the order, moving to gather their equipment. Kira, you've shown the most synchronicity with Naruto's fighting style. Work with him to develop combined techniques. We'll need every advantage we can get. Kira and Naruto exchanged measuring looks, each assessing the other's capabilities with professional interest. What about you, Drive? Oh, Ethan asked. Tommy's expression was resolute. I'm going to check our archives. If the shadow dinosaur power is real, there might be information about how to properly harness it. And if Naruto is indeed connected to it, then I might be able to use it against Madara. Naruto finished, understanding the implications. As the team dispersed to their assigned tasks, Kira remained behind with Naruto. She studied him with undisguised curiosity, her musician's eyes catching details others might miss. Those whisker marks, she said finally. Are they decorative, or? Naruto touched his cheek reflexively. Birthmarks, sort of. Connected to the nine-tailed fox sealed inside me. To her credit, Kira merely raised an eyebrow. You have a fox, sealed inside you. A chakra entity the size of a mountain with a bad attitude and 9 tails, Naruto clarified with a hint of his old humor. But he's grown on me over the years. Right, Kira said after a beat. And I thought being bonded to a pterodactyl spirit was weird. Naruto laughed, a genuine sound that seemed to surprise them both. For a moment, the weight of dimensional displacement and impending conflict lifted from his shoulders. We should start training, he said, regaining his composure. If we're going to combine your sonic abilities with my wind techniques, we'll need perfect timing. Kira nodded, professional focus returning. The acoustic training room is this way. It's shielded, so we can cut loose without bringing down the whole command center. As they walked, Naruto felt the amber gem fragment's energy pulsing in rhythm with his own chakra, a silent acknowledgement of a connection neither fully understood yet. Whatever this shadow dinosaur power might be, he sensed it would play a crucial role in the battles to come. For now, though, his priority was adapting to this world, understanding its defenders, and preparing for Madara's next move. The legendary Uchiha Neve remained idle for long, and in a world full of new powers to analyze and absorb, he would be more dangerous than ever. A flicker of the Rinnegan's power passed through Naruto's eyes as he resolved to meet that challenge head-on. After all, adapting to impossible situations was what he did best. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, The Shadow Awakens. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor of the acoustic training room, eyes closed, palms resting on his knees. His breathing had settled into a steady rhythm, 4 counts in, 7 counts hold, 8 counts out, a meditation technique Kakashi had taught him years ago. Despite the unfamiliar surroundings, he found comfort in this familiar ritual, a small piece of home in a world that operated on fundamentally different principles. The energy here felt strange against his chakra network, less fluid, more structured. Like trying to swim through a crystalline lattice rather than water. The morphing grid, as the Rangers called it, possessed an architectural quality that chakra lacked. Where chakra flowed organically through pathways that mimicked natural systems, rivers, root systems, lightning strikes, the grid's energy moved in precisely designed circuits. As if engineered by some ancient intelligence. He reached deeper, allowing his consciousness to drift along those rigid pathways, feeling how they intersected and diverged in patterns too complex to fully comprehend. Somewhere in this alien energy system, he sensed something familiar, a resonance that called to the Rinnegan, a power that recognized him across dimensional boundaries. "You've been meditating for 6 hours straight." Quote. Kira's voice brought him gently back to awareness. Naruto opened his eyes, finding the Yellow Ranger leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed over her yellow accented clothing. Her expression carried equal parts concern and curiosity. "Has it been that long?" he asked, rolling his shoulders to work out the stiffness. Time flows differently in deep meditation. Apparently, she pushed off from the door and approached, offering a bottle of water. "Haley sent me to check if you were still alive. That, and to tell you the analysis on your chakra patterns is complete." Naruto accepted the water gratefully, taking a long drink before rising to his feet with fluid grace. "Any breakthroughs?" "Several, according to her. Though I only understood about half of what she was saying." Kira shrugged. "The technical aspects of the morphing grid were never my strong suit. I'm more of a, feel the music, channel the power, kind of ranger." That drew a smile from Naruto. "We have that in common. I learned jutsu by doing, not by understanding the theory." He gestured toward the door. "Lead the way." As they walked through the underground complex, Naruto studied Kira from the corner of his eye. There was something compelling about her, a quiet strength that reminded him of several kunoichi he'd known, but with a distinctly different flavor. Where shinobi trained from childhood to conceal their emotions, Kira wore hers openly in her expressive eyes and the set of her shoulders, yet with a reserved quality that suggested careful boundaries. "What?" she asked, catching his sidelong glance. "Just thinking that rangers and shinobi are more different than I initially thought," he replied honestly. "You fight to protect, but you don't hide who you are. Where I come from, secrecy is so ingrained in our culture that it becomes part of who we are." Kira considered this. "I can't imagine living like that. Music is about expression, being honest with your emotions. Even the difficult ones. Especially the difficult ones. Music." Naruto's interest was piqued. "You're a musician, singer-songwriter," she confirmed with a hint of pride. As on my way to maybe getting somewhere with it when the whole dinosaur gem thing happened." She flexed her fingers unconsciously. "Now I balance monster fighting with open mic nights." Naruto laughed softly. "The double life. Some things are universal, I guess." They arrived at the main lab area where Haley and Tommy were engaged in animated discussion over a holographic display of swirling energy patterns. The amber gem fragment floated in a containment field nearby, pulsing with subdued light that intensified as Naruto approached. "Ah, the dimensional traveler returns to the land of the living," Haley greeted him. Gesturing toward the display, "Just in time. We've mapped your chakra network against the morphing grid frequencies, and the results are fascinating." Naruto studied the hologram, recognizing the representation of his own chakra pathways intertwined with what must be the grid's energy structure. Where they intersected, bright nodes of amber light pulsed in synchronized rhythm. These connection points, Tommy explained, pointing to the amber nodes, represent where your chakra naturally resonates with the grid. They're primarily centered around your ocular path. AYS, the channels connected to your Rinnegan. Which makes sense, Haley continued, given that both your Rinnegan and the morphing grid deal with fundamental aspects of reality. Your eyes manipulate gravity, dimensional boundaries, attraction and repulsion, all fundamental forces that the grid also taps into, just through different mechanisms. Naruto nodded slowly, absorbing this information. And the amber crystal, Tommy glanced toward the pulsing gem fragment. It's responding to the harmonic resonance between your chakra and the grid. Almost like it recognizes you. Or what you represent, Haley added. The shadow dinosaur power was said to predate the dinosaurs themselves, a primordial force connected to the fundamental balance between light and dark, creation and destruction. Which sounds remarkably similar to the legends surrounding the Rinnegan in my world, Naruto observed, the connections becoming clearer. It was said to be the eye that witnessed the birth of chakra. Eye itself, the original power from which all others descended. A soft chime interrupted their discussion. Ethan's face appeared on one of the monitors, the Blue Ranger's expression tense. Doctor. Oh, they got activity at the industrial district. Energy signatures similar to yesterday's dimensional anomalies, but more concentrated. Mesogog's trying to open another rift, Tommy concluded grimly. Madara is. Either way, we need to move. Naruto stepped forward. I'm coming with you. Are you sure you're recovered enough? Tommy asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. My chakra has stabilized considerably. Naruto confirmed. And if Madara's involved, you'll need me. Tommy nodded once, decisive. Suit up, Rangers. Naruto, we should have gear that will fit you in the equipment room. Nothing with powers, but at least protective. As the others moved to prepare, Haley caught Naruto's arm. Wait, there's something else you should know. She gestured to a workbench where various components lay arranged in a partial assembly. I've been working on integrating your chakra signature with morpher technology. It's experimental, but given what we've learned, you think I could potentially access the morphing grid through my chakra? Naruto finished, studying the half-completed device with interest. Precisely. But it's not ready yet, and attempting to unfinished Ranger tech could be dangerous. Naruto appreciated her caution but sensed there was more she wasn't saying. But, Haley sighed, but the ambient energy at a dimensional rift site be exactly what we need to catalyze the connection between your chakra and the grid. Especially if the amber gem is present. Their eyes met in mutual understanding. A calculated risk, but potentially worth taking. I'll bring the components, she decided, gathering the partially assembled morpher and the containment unit housing the amber gem. Just don't do anything reckless unless absolutely necessary. Naruto's lips quirked in a half smile. Define. Absolutely necessary. Haley rolled her eyes. You're fitting in with this team already. That's not necessarily a compliment. The industrial district's sprawling complex of warehouses and manufacturing plants stood eerily silent in the late afternoon light. No workers milled about, no machinery hummed, the entire area evacuated after the first energy spikes had been detected. This human absence only emphasized the wrongness of what was happening at the district's center. From their vantage point atop a storage facility, the Rangers and Naruto observed the phenomenon below. A swirling vortex of energy had formed between two warehouses, its purple-black surface rippling like disturbed water. Unlike the chaotic tear that had brought Naruto to this world, this portal appeared more structured, its edges geometrically precise. That's not a natural dimensional rift, Naruto observed, the Rinnegan activating automatically to analyze the energy patterns. Someone's deliberately creating it. Mesogog or Madara? Connor asked, already reaching for his morpher. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he penetrated the swirling energies with his enhanced vision. Both, I think. The framework is technological, likely Mesogog's work, but the energy signature flowing through it bears Madara's chakra imprint. They're working together, Tommy concluded grimly. Just as we feared. Worse, Naruto added. They're learning from each other. Madara is incorporating this world's technological principles into his chakra manipulation, and Mesogog is adapting chakra theory to his dimensional technology. Kira shifted beside him, yellow-gloved hands clenching into fists. So what's the plan? We can't just let them open a stable portal to who knows where. Before Tommy could respond, movement near the portal caught their attention. A contingent of Pteranodrones had assembled, led by a figure in black leather that Naruto did. NT recognize, a woman with severe features and an air of dangerous competence. Elsa, Ethan supplied, noting Naruto's questioning look. Mesogog's right hand. Naruto studied her with interest, noting the fluid way she moved, like a predator accustomed to violence. There was something strangely familiar about her presence, though he couldn't place why. No sign of Madara, Tommy observed. But that doesn't mean he isn't nearby, waiting to see if their experiment succeeds. We need to shut down that portal before it stabilizes completely, Haley said through their communicators. I'm reading exponential energy growth. 5 minutes, maybe less, before it becomes self-sustaining. Tommy nodded. Rangers, morph and engage the Pteranodrones. Keep Elsa occupied. Naruto and I will target the portal generator. What about Madara? Naruto asked. Cross that bridge when we come to it, Tommy replied pragmatically. For now, let's focus on the immediate threat. The Rangers activated their morphers in unison. The familiar transformation sequence washing over them in color-coded energy. Dino Thunder, power up. As their battle suits materialized, Naruto felt a strange resonance. CE within his own chakra, as if the morphing grid were calling to him through the Ranger's transformation. The amber gem in Haley's containment unit, which she'd handed to him before they departed, pulsed warmly against his palm. Ready? Tommy asked, now fully morphed as the Black Ranger. Naruto nodded, tucking the containment unit securely into a pouch on the tactical vest Haley had provided. Let's go. The Rangers leapt into action with superhuman agility, each taking on a section of Pteranodrones with practiced efficiency. Kira's sonic scream disoriented a cluster of the reptilian foot soldiers, while Connor's enhanced speed turned him into a red blur of devastating strikes. Ethan's armored form plowed through enemies like a battering ram, and Tommy engaged Elsa directly, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. Naruto circled the perimeter, using the distraction to approach the portal generator, a complex apparatus of alien technology intermixed with components that bore the distinctive energy signature of Madara's chakra. The conflation of technological and mystical elements created a hybrid system that Naruto found both fascinating and disturbing. I've reached the generator, he reported through the communicator Haley had given him. It's more complex than we anticipated. Madara's infused parts of it with chakra seals, similar to Fuinjutsu from my world. Can you disrupt it? Haley's voice came through clearly. Naruto studied the intricate network of seals and circuits, recognizing elements of designs he'd seen in Uzushiogakure scrolls, ancient and old. GE that Madara must have acquired during his long life. Yes, but I'll need to counteract the chakra components first. If I just destroy the technology, the seals might trigger a failsafe. Do what you need to do, Tommy called over, deflecting a strike from Elsa. We'll keep them busy. Naruto formed familiar hand seals, gathering chakra with practiced precision. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones materialized around him, each immediately beginning a different disruption technique targeted at specific seal clusters. Naruto himself focused on the central matrix, where the technological and chakra components interfaced most densely. As he worked, he maintained peripheral awareness of the battle raging around him. The Rangers were holding their own against the Pteranodrones, but Elsa was proving a formidable opponent for Tommy, her sword wreathed in crackling energy that seemed partially derived from chakra principles. She's using chakra, Naruto realized aloud. Madara's already taught them basic energy manipulation. Great, Connor grunted through the communicator as he dispatched another Pteranodrone. Because they weren't dangerous enough before. One of Naruto's clones suddenly dispersed, its accumulated knowledge flowing back to him with an alarming revelation. The portal's already locked onto a destination, he reported urgently. It's not random, they're targeting a specific dimension. Which one? Tommy demanded, momentarily disengaging from Elsa. I can't be certain, Naruto replied, but the chakra resonance pattern suggests. He paused, the implications sinking in. They're trying to reach the shinobi world. My world. The potential consequences of such a connection sent a chill through him. If Mesogog gained access to a world saturated with chakra, where ninja villages harbored techniques and powers unlike anything this dimension had seen. We need to shut it down now, he decided, abandoning caution for speed. Everyone, clear the area around the generator. His remaining clones immediately adjusted their approach, shifting from careful disruption to targeted overload. They began channeling concentrated chakra into specific nodes, deliberately triggering energy feedback loops within the system. Across the battlefield, Elsa seemed to realize what was happening. Stop him, she commanded the Pteranodrones, disengaging from Tommy to charge toward Naruto. Before she could reach him, a yellow blur intercepted her path. Kira, her Terra grips gleaming, engaged Elsa with surprising ferocity. Go help the others, she called to Tommy. I've got her. The two women clashed in a display of skill and power that momentarily drew Naruto's attention. Kira's fighting style had evolved since their training session, incorporating elements of his own taijutsu into her ranger techniques. The adaptation impressed him. She learned quickly, integrating new knowledge seamlessly into her existing skills. A warning shout from Ethan SNA. PPED Naruto's focus back to the generator. The portal had begun to pulse erratically, its surface rippling with increasing instability as his clones pushed the system beyond its operational parameters. It's going to blow, Haley warned through the communicator. The energy collapse could create a localized implosion. Naruto made a split-second decision. Everyone fall back, I'll contain the collapse. That's crazy, Connor objected. You can't, I'm the only one who can. Naruto cut him off. The Rinnegan can stabilize dimensional energy. Just get clear. To his relief, Tommy understood immediately. Rangers, retreat to minimum safe distance. Now, as the team disengaged and withdrew, Naruto stepped closer to the destabilizing portal. His clones had successfully overloaded the generator. But the dimensional tear itself had developed self-sustaining properties. Simply destroying the technology wouldn't be enough. The rift needed to be closed from within. Drawing on the Rinnegan's power, Naruto extended his hands toward the swirling vortex. Rinnegan art. Dimensional convergence. Purple energy flowed from his eyes down his arms, forming complex geometric patterns across his skin. The rift responded, its chaotic movements gradually synchronizing with the energy patterns Naruto projected. But rather than closing, the portal seemed to be drawing him toward it, recognizing. The Rinnegan is a stabilizing force and attempting to absorb it. Something's wrong, Naruto gritted out, feeling his chakra being siphoned into the dimensional tier. It's fighting back. From behind him came Kira's voice. Strained but determined. Elsa's down, but not out. What's happening with the portal? It's adapted to my countermeasures, Naruto explained, maintaining his technique despite the increasing drain. Madara must have anticipated my interference and built in fail-safes keyed to the Rinnegan specifically. The amber gem in the containment unit suddenly pulsed with blinding intensity. Its energy synchronizing with both Naruto's chakra and the portal's fluctuations. The pouch containing it grew hot against his side. The gem, Haley's excited voice came through the communicator. It's responding to the dimensional energies. Naruto, use it. Without taking his hands from the portal, Naruto used a chakra thread, a technique he'd learned from Kankuro, to extract the containment unit from his pouch and bring it before him. The amber crystal within strained against its confinement, practically vibrating with accumulated power. How? He asked, feeling the gem's resonance with his own chakra grow stronger by the second. I don't know exactly, Haley admitted. But the energy signatures suggest it wants to interface with both you and the rift simultaneously. She might be able to act as a buffer or converter. Naruto made another split-second decision. Using the chakra thread, he opened the containment unit, allowing the amber gem to float freely before him. Suspended in the energy field between himself and the portal. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The gem absorbed the chaotic energies flowing from the rift, processing them through its crystal line structure and feeding them back into Naruto's chakra network in a form his body could safely assimilate. Instead of draining him, the process began to empower him, the gem serving as a perfect interface between the dimensional energies and his own chakra system. It's working, he called out, feeling new strength surge through him. The gem is converting the portal's energy into something compatible with my chakra. As the gem continued to absorb and process the dimensional energies, it began to change, growing larger, its internal structure reorganizing into more complex patterns. Bands of darker amber formed within it, creating symbols reminiscent of both dinosaur fossils and the Tomo patterns of the Sharingan. The portal, deprived of its power source, began to contract. Its swirling surface collapsed inward, the dimensional tear knitting itself closed as the gem absorbed the last of its energy. When the rift finally sealed completely, the transformed gem drifted toward Naruto, coming to rest against his chest. On contact, it seemed to partially phase into him, bonding with his chakra network at a fundamental level without fully entering his physical body, existing simultaneously within and without. Like Kurama's chakra, Naruto staggered slightly, overwhelmed by the sensation of this new power integrating with his system. It felt ancient and familiar simultaneously, as if he'd always carried this energy but had only now become conscious of it. Naruto. Hiro was suddenly beside him, supporting his weight as he regained his equilibrium. Are you okay? What just happened? Before he could respond, slow, deliberate applause echoed across the now quiet industrial yard. All heads turned toward its source. Madara Uchiha stood atop a nearby warehouse, his imposing figure silhouetted against the setting sun. Impressive adaptation, he called down, genuine appreciation in his voice. You've always been remarkably resilient, Naruto. Finding power in the most unexpected places. Tommy and the other rangers immediately moved into defensive positions around Naruto, their weapons at ready. This was a test, Naruto realized, straightening as the gem's energy stabilized within him. You wanted to see how I'd interact with the dimensional energies. Madara inclined his head slightly. Knowledge is power, especially in unfamiliar territory. This world's energy systems are fascinating. Different from chakra, yet compatible in ways I'm only beginning to understand. His mismatched eyes shifted to the partially visible gem merged with Naruto's chest. And now you've bonded with one of its power sources. How convenient. What's your game, Madara? Naruto demanded. Why work with Mesogog? Mutual benefit, the Uchiha patriarch replied simply. He possesses technological understanding I lack, and I offer power beyond his previous conception. A temporary alliance of convenience. His gaze sharpened. Though I admit, watching you bond with that crystal was an unexpected bonus. It seems fate continues to make you interesting, Naruto. Tommy stepped forward. Whatever you're planning stops now. This world is protected. Madara's expression remained impassive, but Naruto detected a hint of amusement in his eyes. Protected by children playing with powers they barely understand. His gaze returned to Naruto. Except for you, you've always had a talent for stumbling into power beyond your comprehension, haven't you? First the 9 tails, then Sage Mode, now this. Shadow power. The way he said those last words sent a chill down Naruto's spine. Somehow, Madara knew what the amber gem represented, perhaps better than they did themselves. We'll stop you, Naruto stated, certainty in his voice despite the unknown factors. Whatever you're planning, however you've allied with Mesogog, we'll find a way. I'm counting on it, Madara replied, surprising them all. Struggle sharpens capability. Evolution requires pressure. He formed a single hand sign. Until next time. Before anyone could react, Madara's form dissolved into a murder of crows that scattered in all directions, a genjutsu transportation technique that left no trace of his actual departure. I hate when the bad guys make dramatic exits, Connor muttered, lowering his weapon. Naruto barely heard him, his attention focused inward on the strange energy now flowing through his system. The amber gem had mostly phased into his body, leaving only a small external portion visible as a crystalline emblem on his chest, positioned directly over his heart. Within, he could feel its power integrating with his chakra network, creating new pathways that connected directly to the Rinnegan. Naruto. Hira's voice broke through his introspection. What's happening to you? He looked up to find all 4 rangers watching him with varying degrees of concern. The gem, he explained, touching the amber emblem on his chest. It's bonded with me, but not like your dinosaur gems bonded with you. It's integrating with my chakra network, using the Rinnegan as an anchor point. Is that safe? Ethan asked hesitantly. I think so, Naruto replied, though in truth, he wasn't entirely certain. It feels right, like it was waiting for this. Tommy approached, studying the visible portion of the gem with experienced eyes. The shadow dinosaur power, he murmured. The legend said it couldn't be wielded by just anyone, that it required someone with a connection to fundamental forces. Like the Rinnegan, Naruto confirmed. It grants dominion over attraction and repulsion, gravity, life force. Dimensional boundaries, the basic building blocks of reality. Haley's voice came through their communicators, tense with excitement. The energy readings I'm getting from you are off the charts. Naruto, the gem isn't just bonding with you, it's evolving your chakra, adapting it to interface directly with the morphing grid. Can you make it back to the lab? Tommy asked. We need to run full diagnostics, understand exactly what's happening. Naruto nodded, though his attention was momentarily diverted by movement at the edge of the industrial yard. Elsa, whom they'd temporarily forgotten, was attempting to retreat with a small device clutched in her hand, likely data collected during the portal experiment and Naruto's subsequent bonding with the gem. Elsa's escaping with data, he warned, already moving to intercept. Let her go, Tommy advised, surprising everyone. We need to focus on understanding what's happened to you. Besides, he added with grim pragmatism, Mesogog and Madara already witnessed the important part firsthand. Reluctantly, Naruto acknowledged the wisdom in this approach. The strange energy flowing through him was both exhilarating and concerning, powerful, yet unfamiliar. Understanding it took priority. As they prepared to depart, Kira fell into step beside him. So, she said, a hint of dry humor in her voice. Interdimensional ninja becomes dinosaur-powered ranger. Just another Tuesday in Reefside. Despite everything, Naruto found himself smiling. Where I come from, we have a saying, the most unpredictable ninja. It's kind of become my personal motto. I can see why, she replied, her expression softening slightly. For what it's worth, unpredictable has saved our butts more than once. The team could use some of that right now. The casual inclusion, her reference to the team, in a way that naturally encompassed him, didn't escape Naruto's notice. After years of struggling for acceptance in Konoha, the easy camaraderie of the Rangers touched something deep within him. Different world, different battle, but some things remained universal. The bonds formed through shared struggle, the family created by choice rather than blood. As they departed the industrial district, Naruto sensed Madara's lingering chakra signature in the distance, watching, analyzing, planning. Their confrontation had only been delayed, not avoided. And when it came, Naruto would need to understand this new power that had chosen him across dimensional boundaries. The shadow dinosaur power, even the name carried echoes of destiny. In Mesogog's island laboratory, the reptilian mastermind studied the data scrolling across multiple screens with cold calculation. Beside him, Elsa stood at attention, ill bearing minor injuries from her encounter with the Yellow Ranger. So, Mesogog hissed, the dimensional anomaly has bonded with the shadow gem. Interesting. The energy conversion was unlike anything our instruments have recorded before, Elsa reported. The gem acted as a perfect interface between his chakra and the dimensional energies. And where is Madara now? Mesogog inquired, not looking away from the data. Unknown. He departed after witnessing the bonding process. He seemed pleased by the development. Mesogog turned his reptilian gaze toward his lieutenant. Pleased. Explain. Elsa shifted uncomfortably. He mentioned something about the boy evolving as anticipated. As if this outcome was somehow expected, or even planned. This information caused Mesogog to pause, reptilian eyes narrowing with suspicion. Perhaps our ally has not been entirely forthcoming about his knowledge of these dimensional matters. Can we trust him? Elsa ventured. Trust. Mesogog let out a sound that might have been laughter. No, but his power and knowledge remain useful for now. He gestured toward a secondary monitor displaying the genetic sequence of the shadow gem. Besides, the data we've collected today brings us one step closer to understanding the most primordial dinosaur power, the shadow from which all others emerged. He moved to a containment unit where a small fragment of black crystal floated in suspension, a negative image of the amber gem that had bonded with Naruto. The shadow has always existed in duality, Mesogog continued, his voice taking on an almost reverent quality. Light and dark, creation and destruction. If the boy has bonded with one aspect, the other remains unclaimed, Elsa concluded, understanding dawning. Precisely. Mesogog's lipless mouth curved in what passed for a smile. Continue monitoring the Rangers and their new ally. I want to know exactly how this shadow power manifests. As Elsa departed to carry out her orders, Mesogog returned his attention to the black crystal fragment. Unlike the amber gem that had responded to Naruto's Rinnegan, this shard seemed to absorb light rather than emit it, a graviton. Why well of potential power waiting for the right catalyst. Back at the Ranger base, Naruto sat patiently as Haley conducted a battery of scans, the amber gem partially embedded in his chest pulsing gently with each new diagnostic. The other Rangers hovered nearby, their expressions ranging from fascination to concern. This is remarkable, Haley muttered, reviewing the data on her monitor. The gem has created a perfect symbiotic relationship with your chakra network. It's using the Rinnegan as an anchor point, but extending throughout your entire system. Is it dangerous? Tommy asked, ever practical. Not from what I can tell, Haley replied. If anything, it seems to be stabilizing his energy fluctuations. Remember how his chakra was behaving erratically when he first arrived. The gem appears to be acting as a regulator, helping his energy adapt to our dimension's physical laws. Naruto nodded, having felt this effect himself. The dissonance I was experiencing between my chakra and this world's energy patterns has diminished significantly. It feels harmonized now. But what exactly is it? Connor asked, gesturing toward the amber emblem. I mean, we all bonded with dinosaur gems. But they didn't literally merge with our bodies. The shadow gem is different, Tommy explained, reviewing ancient text on a secondary monitor. According to these records, it doesn't just grant power, it bridges realities. The original keepers of dinosaur power believed it represented the primordial force that existed before the division of dimensions. Which aligns with what we know about the Rinnegan. Naruto added, in my world, it's considered the origin point of all dojutsu, the eye that witnessed the birth of chakra itself. Ethan whistled low. So basically, they got the most powerful dinosaur gem merging with the most powerful ninja eyes. That's not intimidating at all. What matters, Hira interjected practically, is whether this gives us an advantage against Madara and Mesogog. All eyes turned to Naruto, who considered the question seriously. I can feel the power, he admitted, but it's different from chakra. More structured, like the morphing grid itself. I'm not sure how to access it fully yet. Tommy approached a workbench where the partially assembled morpher components Haley had brought to the industrial district lay scattered. The original plan was to create a custom morpher that could interface between your chakra and the grid, he said, gathering the pieces. But with the shadow gem bonded directly to you, we may need a different approach. Haley joined him at the workbench, studying the components with fresh eyes. The gem itself is acting as the primary interface, she mused. What we need now is a catalyst, Summit. Hing to trigger the transformation sequence. Like our morphers, Connor said, holding up his wrist device. Exactly, Haley confirmed, but customized for Naruto's unique energy signature. As the technical discussion continued, Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward on the shadow gem's energy flowing through his system. Unlike the Kyuubi's chakra, which had always felt wild and barely contained, this power moved with purpose and precision, following pathways that seemed to have always existed within him, waiting to be awakened. He found himself in a familiar mental landscape, the vast, watery chamber where Kurama resided within his mindscape. But something had changed. The space seemed larger, more structured, with geometric patterns etched into the walls and ceiling that hadn't been there before. Interesting development, Kid, Kurama's rumbling voice echoed through the chamber as the massive fox observed him with knowing eyes. You've acquired yet another power source. Not by choice, Naruto replied, approaching the nine tails with familiar ease. It seems to have chosen me. Indeed. Kurama's tail swished thoughtfully behind him. This, shadow power, resonates with your chakra in ways I've never witnessed. It's almost as if. As if what? Naruto prompted when the fox trailed off. As if it recognizes something in you. Something ancient. The nine tails leaned closer. Massive snout nearly touching Naruto. The sage of six paths possessed power that transcended dimensional boundaries. Perhaps this gem senses his chakra within you. This possibility hadn't occurred to Naruto, but it made a certain sense. The sage's chakra, gifted to him during the war, had helped awaken the Rinnegan. If the shadow gem responded to primordial forces as Tommy suggested, can you interact with it? He asked Kurama. Your chakra and mine are interconnected. The fox demon seemed to consider this, then extended a portion of his energy tawa. Rode the amber light now pulsing within Naruto's mindscape. Where the two energies met, there was no conflict. Instead, they appeared to enhance each other, creating patterns of light that reminded Naruto of the morphing grid structure. It doesn't reject me, Kurama observed with mild surprise. If anything, it seems to welcome the interaction. Curious. Before Naruto could respond, a new presence made itself known. Not a consciousness like Kurama, but a resonance, a harmonic vibration that communicated through pure energy rather than words. The shadow gem was attempting to interface directly with his mind. Images flashed before him. Primordial Earth, dinosaurs walking among strange crystalline formations, beings of pure energy descending from the stars, the creation of the first morphers. The division of powers into different gem types, and finally, the shadow, separated into dual aspects of creation and destruction, light and dark. There are two gems, Naruto realized aloud. This is only half of the shadow power. And where there is light, darkness follows, Kurama added ominously. Be wary, Naruto. Great power rarely comes without equal danger. The tall landscape began to fade as Naruto felt himself being drawn back to physical awareness. The last thing he saw was Kurama's thoughtful expression, the ancient fox demon studying the amber light with uncharacteristic contemplation. Naruto opened his eyes to find the rangers watching him with concern. You went somewhere else for a minute there, Kira observed. Your eyes were glowing. I was communicating with Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, Naruto explained. And with the shadow gem itself, I think. It showed me visions of its origin. This immediately captured everyone's attention. Tommy leaned forward intently. What did you see? Naruto recounted the visions as best he could, describing the primordial earth and the division of the shadow power into dual aspects. When he finished, a heavy silence fell over the group. If there are two shadow gems, Ethan was the first to voice what everyone was thinking, and Mesogog knows about them. He'll be looking for the other half, Tommy concluded grimly. And if Madara helps him find it, the dark aspect of the shadow power in Madara's hands would be catastrophic, Naruto stated, remembering the destructive potential he'd sensed in the visions. We need to locate it first. Haley, who had been quiet during Naruto's recounting, suddenly straightened with renewed purpose. I think I can complete the morpher now, she announced. The visions you described suggest a specific activation mechanism for the shadow power, one based on balance between opposing forces. She gathered components with practiced efficiency, MBLING them into a wrist device unlike the Ranger's standard morphers. Its design incorporated elements that reminded Naruto of both shinobi chakra focusers and Ranger technology, a perfect hybrid of both worlds. This should serve as a catalyst, she explained, presenting the completed device to Naruto. It won't contain the power itself. That's already within you through the gem, but it will help you channel and direct it. Especially during transformation. Naruto accepted the morpher, feeling it resonate with both his chakra and the shadow gem as soon as it touched his skin. Like the gem itself, the device seemed to partially phase into his arm, becoming as much a part of him as the power it was designed to channel. How does it work? He asked, examining the unfamiliar technology now bonded to his wrist. Based on what we've learned, it should respond to a specific phrase or command, Tommy explained. Something that acknowledges both aspects of the shadow power, the duality inherent in its nature. Naruto considered this, reflecting on the visions and the feeling of the power flowing through him. Balance between opposing forces, he murmured, remembering Haley's words. Light and dark, creation and destruction. As he contemplated, the gem pulsed in response to his thoughts, seeming to suggest concepts rather than specific words. Naruto listened to this subtle communication, allowing the ancient power to guide him toward understanding. I think I know, he said finally, rising to his feet with newfound certainty. The others stepped back, giving him space as energy began to visibly gather around him, chakra and shadow power intertwining in harmonic resonance. The morpher on his wrist glowed with amber light that synchronized with the gem partially embedded in his chest. Naruto raised his arm, the motion feeling both foreign and instinctively right, as if he'd performed this action countless times before. The phrase came to his lips unbidden, emerging from some deeper understanding granted by the shadow gem itself. Shadow balance, ninja transform. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Amber energy erupted from both the morpher and the gem, enveloping Naruto in a cocoon of light that pulsed with the combined rhythm of chakra and morphing grid power. Within this energy field, Naruto felt his body changing, not merely being covered by a suit like the Ranger's, but fundamentally transforming as the shadow power rewrote his very molecular structure. His awareness expanded beyond normal perception, the Rinnegan's abilities enhanced and amplified by the shadow gem's primordial energy. He could sense dimensional boundaries, the flow of time, the subtle gravitational pulls of objects around him, all with perfect clarity. When the transformation completed, Naruto stood before the astonished Rangers in a form unlike any they had seen before. His Ranger suit was primarily deep purple-black, with amber trim that seemed to shift and flow like liquid light. The chest plate incorporated the partially exposed shadow gem at its center, radiating energy in patterns that resembled both the Rinnegan's concentric circles and fossilized dinosaur impressions. The helmet was equally unique, sleeker than standard Ranger designs, with a visor shaped to evoke both dinosaur features and the Rinnegan's ripple pattern. Most striking were the 6 Tomo Ike markings arranged in pairs across the chest, back, and shoulders, reminiscent of the 6 paths power from Naruto's world. The Shadow Ranger, Tommy breathed, recognition and respect evident in his voice. The legends were true. Naruto examined his transformed state with wonder, feeling the perfect integration of his ninja abilities with Ranger powers. The shadow gem had synchronized his chakra network with the morphing grid, creating something entirely new, a hybrid power that transcended the limitations of both systems. This is, he began, his voice carrying a subtle harmonic quality through the helmet, incredible. I can sense everything. Dimensional frequencies, temporal fluctuations, energy patterns I never could perceive before. Connor whistled appreciatively. Okay, she's officially the coolest Ranger form I've ever seen. No offense, Drive. Oh, Tommy merely nodded, too fascinated by the manifestation of legendary power to take offense. The Shadow Ranger was said to represent balance itself, the equilibrium between all opposing forces. Its powers were never fully documented because they were considered too fundamental to be described in conventional terms. How does it feel? Kira asked, approaching with undisguised curiosity. Naruto considered the question seriously. Like I'm more connected to everything. The boundaries between dimensions seem permeable now, and I can sense chakra flows with unprecedented clarity. He raised his hand, watching as shadowy energy coalesced around it, responding to his will. The suit isn't just armor, it's an extension of the shadow gem's power, amplifying and focusing abilities I already possessed. Before the discussion could continue, the alarm system blared throughout the command center. Haley rushed to the monitors, her expression darkening as she assessed the incoming data. Massive energy surge downtown, she reported. Similar signature to what we encountered at the industrial district, but exponentially more powerful. The main screen displayed live footage from Reefside's Central Plaza, where reality itself seemed to be fracturing. Fissures of purple-black energy tore through the air, creating unstable portals that briefly revealed glimpses of other dimensions before collapsing. Dimensional cascade failure. Naruto identified immediately, the Shadow Ranger's enhanced perception allowing him to understand what he was seeing. Someone's deliberately destabilizing the boundaries between realities. Madara, Tommy concluded grimly. And look who's with him, Ethan added, pointing to another figure visible in the footage, Mesogog himself, accompanied by Elsa and a contingent of advanced pteranodrones unlike any they'd encountered before. Those aren't standard pteranodrones, Haley observed, zooming in on the foot soldiers. Their molecular structure has been altered. They're exhibiting energy signatures similar to chakra networks. Hybrid soldiers, Naruto realized. Masag. Og is incorporating chakra principles into his creations, likely with Madara's assistance. Tommy's decision was immediate. We need to move, now. If they succeed in destabilizing dimensional boundaries throughout Reefside, the entire city could be torn apart, Haley finished. Or worse, merged with other realities in unpredictable ways. Naruto clenched his fist, feeling the Shadow Ranger's power respond to his resolve. This is my first battle in this form, he acknowledged, but there's no time for a trial run. You won't be alone, Kira assured him, moving to stand beside him with a confidence that belied their relatively brief acquaintance. Something in her stance, the set of her shoulders, the tilt of her head, conveyed absolute trust in his abilities. The other Rangers joined them, forming a unified front that transcended their different origins and powers. In that moment, Naruto felt something he hadn't expected to find in this strange world: belonging. Rangers ready, Tommy called out, receiving determined nods from his team. He turned to Naruto, extending the same respect to their newest ally. Shadow Ranger. Behind his visor, Naruto's Rinnegan glowed with purpose. Ready. Downtown Reefside had transformed into a scene of dimensional chaos. The sky above the central plaza rippled with aurora-like patterns as reality itself strained against unnatural manipulation. Citizens fled in panic as objects from other dimensions occasionally materialized before fading away again. Strange crystalline structures, fragments of buildings with impossible architecture. Vegetation unlike anything native to Earth. At the center of the disturbance stood Madara and Mesogog, an unlikely alliance of ancient shinobi and evolved dinosaur tyrant. Between them floated a complex apparatus, part mechanical, part biological, with chakra seals inscribed across its surface. Energy pulsed from this device in synchronized waves, each pulse widening the dimensional fractures spreading throughout the area. The resonance cascade is approaching critical threshold, Mesogog observed, his reptilian features showing rare animation. Soon, the dimensional barriers will collapse entirely. And with them, the arbitrary divisions between worlds, Madara added, his Rinnegan glowing as he monitored the process with his unique perception. Reality itself becoming malleable, subject to the will of those with power to shape it. Elsa stood nearby, directing the enhanced Pteranodrones in protecting the perimeter. Unlike their standard counterparts, these creatures moved with fluid grace, occasionally forming hand signs that resulted in rudimentary jutsu effects, gusts of wind, small flame bursts, earth manipulation. The integration of chakra principles into their design was evident in every movement. Rangers approaching, she warned, detecting the familiar energy signatures. And something else, a new power. Madara's expression remained impassive, but a spark of interest flickered in his mismatched eyes. The Shadow Ranger emerges, he murmured. Right on schedule. Before Mesogog could question this statement, the Rangers arrived in their signature phase. Hyon, leaping into the plaza with weapons drawn, positioning themselves between the civilians and the dimensional apparatus. Whatever you're doing stops now, Tommy declared, his brachio staff leveled at the villainous duo. Mesogog's lipless mouth curved in what passed for a smile. Ah, Rangers, predictable as always, but I'm afraid you're too late to stop the dimensional convergence. We'll see about that, Connor replied, the confidence in his voice matched by his ready stance. Madara, however, paid little attention to the Rangers. His gaze had fixed on the sixth figure who had just joined them, the Shadow Ranger. Naruto's transformed state radiating power that even the legendary Uchiha could appreciate. So, Madara said, addressing Naruto directly, you've bonded with the light aspect of the shadow power. How fitting that the self-proclaimed champion of hope would resonate with creation rather than destruction. Naruto stepped forward, the Rinnegan visible even through his visor. You knew about the shadow gems all along, he realized aloud. That's why you seemed unsurprised when I bonded with it. I've had time to explore this multiverse while you were adjusting, Madara replied cryptically. Knowledge presents itself to those who seek it with the right eyes. He gestured toward the dimensional apparatus. And now, I apply that knowledge to reshape reality itself. By destabilizing dimensional boundaries, Naruto challenged. You'll destroy both worlds. Not destroy, Madara corrected. Transform. Evolution requires chaos before new order can emerge. Further conversation was cut short as Mesogog gave the signal for attack. Eliminate them, he commanded, and the enhanced Pteranodrones surged forward. The battle erupted across the plaza, Rangers Ngaging the chakra-enhanced foot soldiers with varying degrees of success. The creatures' new abilities presented unexpected challenges, forcing the team to adapt their tactics on the fly. Kira found herself surrounded by 3 Pteranodrones performing coordinated wind techniques that disrupted her sonic scream. Ethan's normally impenetrable defense was tested by Earth-style attacks that matched his hardness with equal solidity. Connor's speed advantage was partially neutralized by opponents who could now anticipate movement patterns with chakra-enhanced senses. Even Tommy, with all his experience, struggled against creatures that combined reptilian strength with shinobi tactical awareness. Naruto, meanwhile, moved with fluid grace through the battlefield, the Shadow Ranger's powers ample, applying his natural abilities to extraordinary levels. Shadow-infused chakra extended from his hands in ribbons of dark energy that countered the Pteranodrone's techniques with ease. Shadow Style, Phantom Strike. The technique, born from the perfect fusion of ninja arts and ranger power, allowed Naruto to phase partially between dimensions, passing through enemies while disrupting their chakra networks with precise energy pulses. Pteranodrones fell in his wake, their enhanced systems overloaded by contact with the shadow power. Observing this display, Madara's interest visibly deepened. Fascinating, he murmured. The shadow gem doesn't merely grant power, it evolves existing abilities, creating hybrid techniques that transcend conventional limitations. Their resistance is stronger than anticipated, Mesogog hissed, watching his enhanced creations fall before the Shadow Ranger's assault. Perhaps we should accelerate the convergence. Agreed, Madara replied, forming a complex sequence of hand seals. Rinnegan art. Dimensional resonance amplification. The apparatus between them pulsed with renewed intensity, the dimensional fractures widening dramatically throughout the plaza. Reality itself seemed to groan under the strain, buildings and ground alike beginning to warp as spatial integrity degraded. Naruto sensed the change immediately, the Shadow Ranger's perception alerting him to the escalating danger. They're forcing the dimensional collapse. He called to the other Rangers. We need to disable that device now. Tommy disengaged from his opponents, regrouping with the team. Direct assault isn't working, they're too well protected. We need another approach. I might have one, Naruto replied, the shadow gem pulsing with inspiration. But I'll need cover to get close enough. Understanding immediately, Tommy nodded. Rangers, convergence pattern alpha. Give the Shadow Ranger his opening. The team moved with practiced coordination, executing a maneuver that drew the remaining Pteranodrones into a concentrated formation. As they engaged the creatures from multiple angles, creating a deliberate distraction, Naruto channeled the shadow power into a new technique. Shadow Style. Dimensional phase shift. His form blurred, becoming temporarily intangible as he shifted partially out of phase with the current reality. In this state, he moved solid objects and energy fields alike, approaching the dimensional apparatus unimpeded by conventional barriers. Madara, however, was not so easily deceived. His Rinnegan tracked Naruto's diamonds. Ional signature even through the phase shift. Clever, the Uchiha acknowledged, but insufficient. He extended his hand, purple energy radiating from his palm. Almighty push. The gravitational repulsion technique caught Naruto mid-phase, disrupting his concentration and forcing him back into full material existence. He tumbled backward, recovering with a graceful flip that landed him beside Kira. He can track me even through dimensional shifting, Naruto realized aloud. Then we need to overwhelm his perception, Kira suggested, deflecting an attack from a nearby Pteranodrone. Give him too many targets to focus on at once. Quote, the idea sparked something in Naruto, a strategy that combined his traditional techniques with his new ranger powers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Unlike his standard clones, these manifestations shared the Shadow Ranger's form and abilities, each radiating the same dimensional energy signature as the original. Dozens materialized throughout the battlefield, eating momentary confusion even for Madara's enhanced perception. Now we're talking, Connor approved, finding himself fighting alongside several Shadow Ranger clones. The clones moved in coordinated patterns, some engaging the pteranodrones while others focused on creating openings toward the dimensional apparatus. Mesogog, recognizing the threat, directed Elsa to strengthen the defensive perimeter. The shadow power was not meant to be fragmented this way, she called out, wielding an energy sword that crackled with hybrid power, part technological, part chakra-based. You lack the dark aspect, the destructive counterbalance. Her words triggered a realization in Naruto, the vision he'd received from the shadow gem, showing the division of powers into dual aspects. If his gem represented creation and light, you have it, he concluded, focusing on Mesogog. The dark shadow gem, that's what you've been using to power the dimensional device. The reptilian tyrant's expression confirmed his suspicion. The duality of shadow, Mesogog hissed. Creation and destruction in perfect opposition. Separate, they are merely powerful. United, reality itself becomes malleable, Madara finished. A canvas for those with vision to reshape according to their will. Understanding the full scope of their plan, Naruto redoubled his efforts. If they succeeded in forcing the gems into proximity while maintaining control of both aspects, the resulting power could indeed rewrite dimensional laws themselves. Through the chaos of battle, Kira fought her way to Naruto's side. What's the play? She asked, her Terra grips slicing through a pteranodrone's attempt at a fire technique. The apparatus is powered by the dark shadow gem, he explained quickly. If we can disrupt its connection without destroying it completely, we might be able to claim it ourselves, she concluded, catching his meaning immediately. Balanced opposition. Naruto nodded, impressed by her quick strategic thinking. Exactly. Cover me for a direct approach, I have an idea. As Kira unleashed her sonic scream to create momentary disorientation among their opponents, Naruto channeled the shadow gem's power in a new configuration. Rather than trying to phase through dimensional boundaries, he embraced his connection to them, extending his awareness into the fabric of reality itself. Shadow style. Dimensional anchor. Unlike his previous Rinnegan technique of similar name, this version drew on the shadow power's fundamental connection to reality. Energy spread from him in concentric ripples that temporarily stabilized dimensional boundaries throughout the plaza, momentarily halting the convergence process. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The dimensional fractures paused in their expansion, the aurora-like distortions in the sky freezing in place. Most importantly, the apparatus between Madara and Mesogog faltered, its energy output disrupted by the sudden stabilization. Now, Tommy called, recognizing the opportunity. The Rangers converged from multiple directions, their combined weapons forming a unified energy blast aimed at the apparatus's supporting structure rather than the device itself. The precision attack severed the connection between the dark shadow gem and its housing, causing the device to collapse. As it fell, the black crystal at its core, a perfect court counterpart to the amber gem embedded in Naruto's chest, was momentarily exposed. Moving with enhanced speed, Naruto launched himself toward the falling gem. Shadow style. Gravity pulse. The tech, HNIQUE, a hybrid of his Rinnegan's gravitational manipulation and the shadow power's dimensional control, created a localized gravitational well that pulled the dark gem toward him while simultaneously repelling Mesogog and Madara as they reached for it. For a breathless moment, the black crystal hung suspended in midair, caught between opposing forces. Then, with a final gravitational pulse, Naruto drew it into his grasp. The moment his hand closed around the dark gem, energy surged through his system, wild, chaotic power that fought against the ordered structure of his light aspect. The two shadow gems resonated in proximity, creating harmonic vibrations that rippled through dimensional boundaries. Two aspects, Naruto gasped, struggling to contain the competing energies, seeking balance. Madara, momentarily thrown off balance by the gravitational pulse, recovered with inhuman grace. His expression showed genuine alarm as he recognized what was happening. No, he called out, forming seals for a counterattack. The shadow power cannot be unified by one consciousness. The opposing forces will tear you apart. But Naruto had faced opposing forces within himself his entire life, the human and the demon. The individual and the village, destruction and creation. Where others saw irreconcilable opposition, he had always found harmony. Drawing on this lifetime of experience, He extended his consciousness between the two gems, not attempting to force them into unification but offering himself as a bridge between opposing aspects. Shadow balance. Dual aspect harmony. The transformation was immediate and profound. The dark gem responded to his call, dissolving into shadow energy that flowed into his system alongside the light aspect already embedded there. His ranger form evolved before the astonished eyes of allies and enemies alike, the suit's coloration shifting to incorporate perfect balance between light and dark. Where before the armor had been primarily purple-black with amber accents, now it featured equal measures of both, the right side dominated by amber energy patterns, the left by deep shadow, meeting in perfect symmetry along his centerline. The helmet evolved similarly, its visor now displaying a yin-yang pattern that incorporated both the Rinnegan's concentric circles and primal dinosaur imagery. Most dramatically, 6 spectral projections materialized around him, phantom limbs of pure energy that extended from his back like wings, each capable of independent movement and action. The manifestation perfectly mirrored the 6 paths sage mode from his home dimension, but evolved through the shadow power's primordial energy. Impossible, Mesogog hissed, genuine fear evident in his reptilian features. The dual aspects have never been successfully integrated by a single wielder. Because no previous candidate understood true balance, Madara observed, his initial alarm giving way to scholarly fascination despite the setback to his plans. Naruto has always existed at the convergence of opposing forces, human and Biju, darkness and light, destruction and creation. His entire life has prepared him for this moment. The dimensional distortions throughout the plaza began to heal, reality reknitting itself as the Shadow Ranger's balanced power exerted stabilizing influence on spatial boundaries. The aurora-like patterns in the sky faded, solid matter returning to its proper configuration as dimensional integrity restored itself. Naruto stood at the center of this healing process, the dual aspects of shadow power flowing through him in perfect harmony. Through his enhanced perception, he could see the threads of reality weaving back together under his influence, not by force, but through gentle guidance toward natural balance. This power, he breathed, feeling its true scope for the first time. It doesn't control reality, it convinces it. Kira approached cautiously, her posture communicating wonder rather than fear. Naruto, are you okay? He turned toward her, the balanced energy of his transformed state creating a subtle aura around him that affected nearby space-time. Better than okay, he assured her, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with fundamental frequencies. The opposing aspects aren't fighting within me, they're dancing. Tommy joined them, his experienced gaze assessing Naruto's evolution with professional interest. The balanced Shadow Ranger, he identified. The legends mentioned this possibility, but considered it theoretical, a perfect unity of creation and destruction, light and shadow. Mesogog, recognizing that the situation had shifted dramatically against him, signaled to Elsa for retreat. This setback is temporary, he declared, even as a dimensional portal opened behind him. The shadow power's secrets are still being unraveled. Madara, however, made no move to flee. He studied Naruto with the calculated interest of a scientist observing an unexpected experimental outcome. Once again, you surprise me, the Uchiha Patriarch acknowledged. Your capacity for growth continues to defy conventional limitations. His mismatched eyes narrowed slightly. But be warned, Naruto, power of this magnitude carries consequences beyond your current understanding. The shadow transcends mere physical reality, it touches the very foundation of consciousness itself. Before Naruto could respond to this cryptic warning, Madara formed a single seal, his body dissolving into a flock of crows that scattered to the winds, his signature departure technique. As Mesogog and his forces retreated through their portal, the Rangers regrouped around Naruto, their expressions mixing awe with cautious concern. So, Connor broke the silence, on a scale of 1 to apocalyptic. How powerful are you right now? The question, delivered with the Red Ranger's characteristic blend of humor and directness, helped ground Naruto amidst the overwhelming sensations of his transformed state. He laughed, a sound that seemed to resonate pleasantly through nearby dimensional frequencies. Powerful enough to stabilize reality, he replied, but not so powerful that I've forgotten who I am or why I fight. With that reassurance, he allowed the transformation to recede, the balanced shadow power withdrawing into the now dual gem embedded in his chest. Amber and black, light and shadow. Perfectly integrated yet distinct. As his ranger form dissolved, Naruto returned to his human appearance, though the gem remained partially visible through his clothing, pulsing gently with contained power. That, Ethan declared emphatically, was the coolest thing I have ever seen. And I've seen a lot of cool things since becoming a ranger. Kira approached Naruto, studying him with renewed interest now that he had returned to his base form. How does it feel to not be transformed anymore? Like the power is sleeping rather than absent, he explained, touching the dual gem at his chest. The connection remains, but quieter now. Less overwhelming. Tommy was already communicating with Haley through his morpher, updating her on the unprecedented developments. We need to get back to the lab, he advised the team. What happened here today changes everything, not just for our battle against Mesogog, but potentially for our understanding of the morphing grid itself. As they prepared to depart, Naruto cast one last look around the plaza. The dimensional disturbances had fully subsided, reality restored to its proper configuration. Yet he could still perceive the subtle boundaries between dimensions with his enhanced awareness, thin veils separating infinite possibilities, more permeable than he had ever realized. Somewhere beyond those veils lay his home dimension, Konoha and all he had left behind. For the first time since his arrival, he felt a connection to both worlds simultaneously, not torn between them, but bridging them, just as he now bridged the dual aspects of the shadow power. Coming? Kira asked, waiting for him a few paces away. Naruto nodded, turning from his contemplation of dimensional boundaries to focus on the present moment, this world, these allies. This battle that had somehow become his own. Yeah, he replied, falling into step beside her. I'm right where I need to be. As they departed the plaza, Neith noticed the subtle shimmer in the air where the dimensional apparatus had stood, a barely perceptible distortion that occasionally reflected light in impossible directions. The boundaries between RLDS had been stressed beyond their natural limits, and though the immediate crisis had passed, echoes of dimensional instability remained, whispers of possibilities that had yet to fully manifest. In Mesogog's island fortress, in a heavily shielded laboratory that even Elsa was forbidden to enter, a small fragment of shadow energy harvested during the plaza confrontation pulsed within a containment field. Beside it, a strand of DNA extracted from one of Naruto's shadow clones underwent careful analysis, its structure displaying anomalies that defied conventional genetic science. And in a location beyond conventional space-time, Madara Uchiha studied ancient petroglyphs carved into crystalline walls, images depicting beings of shadow and light engaged in eternal dance across multiple realities. His Rinnegan traced patterns invisible to normal perception, his brilliant mind connecting threads of knowledge gathered across dimensional boundaries. Balance, he murmured to himself, is me. Rely a transitory state between greater transformations. The shadow remembers what came before, and what will come again. His fingers traced a particular symbol, a spiral pattern reminiscent of the Uzumaki clan crest in the amber portion of the shadow gem. The stage is set, he concluded with quiet certainty. The pieces align, and Naruto, as always, plays his role to perfection, even when he doesn't realize the true nature of the game. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3, Worlds Apart. The pre-dawn light filtered through Naruto's bedroom window, casting elongated shadows across unfamiliar furniture. 3 days had passed since the confrontation in downtown Reefside, 3 days since the dual aspects of the shadow power had bonded with him. 3 days of adjusting to a new reality, both figuratively and literally. He hadn't slept. Again, the shadow gem pulsed against his chest, a constant reminder of the primordial force now integrated with his being. In darkness, its glow illuminated the room in alternating patterns of amber and shadow, light and dark dancing across the walls in synchronized rhythm. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor, shirtless, watching the patterns with fascination. Where the normal Rinnegan allowed him to perceive chakra flows and dimensional boundaries, the shadow power expanded his awareness beyond conventional limits. He could feel the subtle vibrations of reality itself, the barely perceptible frequencies where dimensions touched, overlapped, harmonized. Dr. Oliver had arranged this guest room for him in the sprawling house that concealed the Ranger's command center. The space was comfortable enough, but sleep proved elusive when every time he closed his eyes, he could see through them, perceiving layers of reality that most minds were never meant to comprehend. Still brooding, Kit. Kurama's voice rumbled through his mindscape, the ancient fox's presence a familiar comfort amid so much strangeness. Not brooding, Naruto replied mentally. Adjusting. The Nine-Tails' skepticism radiated through their connection. You humans and your semantic distinctions. Call it what you will, you've been sitting there for 6 hours staring at shadows on the wall. Naruto couldn't argue with that assessment. With a sigh, he rose to his feet, rolling his shoulders to work out the stiffness. The shadow gems pulsing briefly intensified, responding to his movement. Unlike the dinosaur gems that the Rangers carried externally or had bonded with on a cellular level, the shadow power had integrated with his entire system, chakra network, physical body, and consciousness. It's just a lot, he finally admitted to Kurama. I'm connected to everything now in ways I never imagined possible. I can feel dimensional vibrations from stars I can't even see. Power always expands perspective. Kurama observed philosophically. When I was first created by the sage, the sudden awareness of my own existence nearly drove me mad. To exist where before there was nothing, to perceive worlds within worlds. The fox rarely spoke of his origins, and Naruto appreciated the sharing of this ancient memory. How did you manage it? Time, came the simple answer. And focus. I learned to direct my awareness rather than letting it overwhelm me. You must do the same with this shadow power. Sage advice, Naruto acknowledged. Drawing from years of meditation training, he began the process of centering himself, narrowing his expanded awareness to the immediate present. The room around him, the morning birdsong outside, the subtle vibration of the shadow gem against his skin. As his perception contracted to manageable proportions, Naruto caught a distinctive energy signature approaching through the house. Light footsteps, the faint melody of hummed music, a presence that had become increasingly familiar over the past days. A gentle knock at his door confirmed his sensing. Naruto, are you awake? Come in, Kira, he called, grabbing a t-shirt from the nearby chair and pulling it on. The door opened to reveal the Yellow Ranger, already dressed for the day in her characteristic yellow accented attire. She carried 2 steaming mugs, the rich aroma of coffee filling the room. Thought you might need this, she said, offering one of the mugs. Haley mentioned you triggered the security system again at 3 a.m. Third night in a row. Naruto accepted the coffee with a grateful nod, slightly embarrassed. The shadow power makes sleep complicated. I keep perceiving things that wake me up. Things, Kira prompted, taking a seat on the edge of the bed while Naruto leaned against the desk opposite her. He considered how to explain it to someone without the Rinnegan or shadow power. It's like, have you ever heard a sound that woke you up, but when you listened closely, it was gone? She nodded, sipping her coffee. Imagine that, but with entire realities, Naruto continued. I'll be drifting off, and suddenly I'll perceive a dimensional fluctuation, a moment where the boundaries between worlds thin. It's like hearing a door open in another room, except the room is another universe. Kira's eyes widened slightly. That sounds exhausting, hence the coffee appreciation, he replied with a small smile, raising his mug in salute before taking a long drink. A comfortable silence settled between them. In the days since the plaza confrontation, Kira had become something of an anchor for Naruto, a grounding presence amid the disorientation of dimensional awareness. There was a forwardness to her that reminded him of Sakura, but without the violent tendencies. Her musician's sensitivity to patterns helped her grasp concepts about energy and resonance that the others sometimes struggled to follow. Haley wants to run more tests this morning, Kira finally said, breaking the silence. Something about measuring how the dual aspects are harmonizing. Naruto nodded, having expected as much. The technical specialist had been fascinated by the unprecedented integration of opposing energies within a single host. And after that, training with Dr. Oh, she replied, he wants to see how your Shadow Ranger abilities interact with our dinosaur powers. Potential combination attacks, that kind of thing. And after that, Naruto pressed, a hint of impatience in his tone. Kira studied him over the rim of her coffee mug, understanding dawning in her expressive eyes. You're feeling cooped up, It wasn't a question. In the 3 days since the plaza incident, Naruto had remained within the confines of Tommy's property, running tests, training in controlled environments, adjusting to his new powers. For someone accustomed to active missions and the freedom to roam forests and mountains, the restriction had begun to chafe. I need to see more of this world, he admitted. If I'm going to defend it, I should understand it beyond laboratory readings and training simulations. A slow smile spread across Kira's face. So let's bail. Naruto blinked in surprise. What? After the tests but before training, she elaborated, a conspiratorial gleam in her eye. I'll show you Reefside. The real Reefside, not just the monster attack highlights. Won't drive Oliver mind. Kira shrugged, unconcerned. Probably. But sometimes asking forgiveness is easier than asking permission. Besides, she added with sudden seriousness, you're right. If you're fighting for this world now, you should know what you're protecting. The offer resonated with something deep within Naruto, the part of him that had always learned through experience rather than theory. Haley's tests and Tommy's training were important, but understanding the heart of this world would require direct engagement with its people. Its culture, its rhythms. I'm in, he decided, his spirits lifting at the prospect of exploration. Though I should probably find less conspicuous clothing. He gestured toward his tattered ninja attire hung over a chair in the corner. Kira eyed the orange and black ensemble critically. Yeah, that screams, interdimensional visitor, a bit too loudly. Connor left some clothes here last month. They might fit you. As she rose to retrieve them, Naruto found himself watching her movements with unexpected attention, the confident grace with which she navigated the space. The subtle strength evident in her posture. There was something compelling about Kira Ford beyond her ranger abilities or her help in his adjustment to this world. Something genuine she cut through pretense like a well-aimed kunai. **** Someone's getting attached. ****, Kurama observed with vulpine amusement. Shut up. Naruto replied mentally, though without heat. She's been helpful, that's all. The fox's mental equivalent of a knowing smirk was his only response. Haley Zichter prided herself on scientific precision. Her lab beneath Tommy's home represented the cutting edge of Ranger technology. Integrating knowledge gathered from multiple Ranger teams and alien encounters into a facility capable of monitoring, analyzing, and supporting the Dino Thunder team through any crisis. Yet nothing in her extensive experience had prepared her for the data now scrolling across her monitors. This is unprecedented, she murmured, adjusting sensor parameters for the 5th time in an hour. The integration between your chakra network and the dual shadow gems has created an entirely new energy system. Naruto sat patiently on the examination table, electrodes attached to various points on his torso. The shadow gem pulsing steadily at the center of the arrangement. After 3 days of tests, he'd grown accustomed to Haley's methodical approach and genuine scientific fascination. Different how? He asked, genuinely curious despite the tedium of constant testing. Haley gestured toward a 3-dimensional model of his energy system displayed on the main monitor. Your original chakra network followed biological pathways, aligned with nervous system, circulatory system, that sort of thing. But the shadow power has created a secondary network that follows quantum patterns instead. See these intersections? She pointed to nodes where amber and black energy converged. They exist partially outside conventional space-time. Naruto studied the display with interest. That explains why I can perceive dimensional boundaries more clearly now. Exactly, Haley confirmed, excitement evident in her voice despite her professional demeanor. You're not just sensing them. Parts of your energy system actually extend into those boundary spaces. She adjusted another setting, zooming in on one particular node near his eyes. Especially the pathways connected to your Rinnegan. When activated, your visual cortex literally processes information from multiple dimensional frequencies simultaneously. Which is why sleep is difficult, Naruto concluded. Even with my eyes closed, I'm still seeing across dimensional boundaries. Haley nodded sympathetically. I'm working on a dampening field that might help with that, something to reduce dimensional perception during rest periods. She disconnected the sensors with practiced efficiency. But there's good news too. The dual aspects have stabilized completely. No signs of energy conflict or degradation. This was indeed welcome information. After the initial merging of opposing shadow powers, there had been concern about potential instability, the light and dark aspects fighting for dominance within a single host. It doesn't feel like opposition anymore, Naruto explained, pulling his borrowed t-shirt back on once the electrodes were removed. More like complementary forces. Two perspectives on the same fundamental power. Balance, Haley suggested, shutting down the scanning equipment. The key was never about controlling both aspects, but harmonizing them. Something you appear to have a natural talent for. The observation carried unintended weight. Throughout his life, Naruto had existed at the convergence of opposing forces, the human and the demon, the individual and the community. Personal desire and collective responsibility. Where others saw irreconcilable conflicts, he had always sought harmony. Anyway, Haley continued, checking her watch, Tommy wanted to start training at 11. That gives you about an hour to grab some food. I think Kira mentioned taking you to the kitchen for breakfast. Right, Naruto agreed, sliding off the examination table. Breakfast. With Kira. In the kitchen, he kept his expression carefully neutral, not wanting to telegraph their escape plans. If Haley noticed anything suspicious in his tone, she gave no indication. Already absorbed in analyzing the collected data. These readings could revolutionize our understanding of the morphing grid, she murmured, more to herself than to him. The dimensional interfaces alone. Taking advantage of her scientific distraction, Naruto slipped from the lab, following the corridor toward the house's main level. Kira waited by the stairs, a backpack slung over one shoulder and a mischievous gleam in her eye. Clean bill of health, she asked as he approached. Apparently I'm quantum now, he replied with a half-smile. Or parts of me are, anyway. Join the club. TTY sure none of us qualify as strictly human anymore. She glanced toward the lab to ensure Haley remained occupied, then gestured toward the stairs. Coast is clear. Connor and Ethan are running perimeter checks with Dr. Oh, and I've got the Mustang keys. Naruto followed her up the stairs and through the house, marveling again at how quickly she'd accepted him into their world. The Rangers rated with a kind of openness that contrasted sharply with the secretive shinobi culture he'd grown up in. Where ninja villages guarded their techniques and knowledge jealously, the Rangers seemed to collect allies across species and planets with remarkable frequency. They emerged into the attached garage where several vehicles waited. Kira approached a yellow convertible with black racing stripes, unlocking it with a press of a button. Tommy lets you drive his Mustang? Naruto asked, impressed. From what he'd gathered, the Black Ranger was rather protective of his classic car collection. Special arrangement, Kira explained as they got in. My car's in the shop, and I need wheels for band practice. Plus, she added with a hint of pride, I'm the only one he trusts not to street race it like Connor would. The engine roared to life, and moments later they were speeding down the forested driveway that led from Tommy's isolated home toward Reefside proper. Naruto found himself grinning as wind whipped through his hair. The simple pleasure of motion temporarily overwhelming the constant dimensional awareness that had plagued him for days. First stop, Kira announced as they turned onto the main road. Civilization and caffeine, not necessarily in that order. Reefside in morning light presented a very different aspect from the battleground Naruto had previously experienced. The coastal city bustled with normal activity, people hurrying to work, students gathering at bus stops, shopkeepers opening their businesses for the day. After days confined to Tommy's property, the sheer normalcy of it struck Naruto with unexpected force. It's so ordinary, Kira suggested, navigating through downtown traffic with practiced ease. Peaceful, Naruto corrected. And your primary experience of a place involves dimensional rifts and monster attacks, you forget that most of the time, life just happens. Kira nodded, understanding in her expression. That's the weird part of being a ranger. You live in two worlds simultaneously, the everyday one where you worry about grades and band practice, and the save the world one where you fight dinosaur mutants on Tuesday afternoons. The parallel to shinobi life wasn't lost on Naruto. Even in Konoha, missions and battles had been interspersed with ramen at Ichiraku's, training sessions, and the mundane rhythms of village life. The dual existence was familiar, even if the specifics differed. They parked near a cafe called Cyberspace, which Kira explained served as both coffee shop and informal ranger gathering spot. Haley owns it, she added as they approached the entrance. But she's obviously at the lab now, so we're safe from being busted. The interior welcomed them with the rich aroma of coffee and the gentle hum of conversation. Despite the morning hour, the cafe was comfortably populated, students with laptops, professionals checking emails, a few retirees reading newspapers. Along one wall, computer terminals offered internet access, while a small stage in the corner suggested live music performances. Haley built this place as a safe haven for students, Kira explained as they found a table near the back. Free tutoring, music nights, gaming tournaments, whatever keeps kids engaged and off the streets. She runs this and manages Ranger Tech. Naruto asked, impressed. Haley contains multitudes. Kira replied with affectionate respect. MIT graduate, technical genius, entrepreneur, and the only person who can keep Tommy's filing system organized. Speaking of which, she waved to a barista who approached with familiar friendliness. After ordering coffee and breakfast for both of them, Naruto trusting her recommendations, Kira settled back in her chair, studying him with renewed curiosity. So, interdimensional ninja from another reality, she began conversationally. When you're not saving the world or bonding with ancient dinosaur powers, what do you actually do for fun? The question caught Naruto off guard. In the chaos of dimensional displacement and power integration, normal pleasures had seemed almost irrelevant. Yet the inquiry grounded him in ways the technical tests hadn't, reminding him that he was still Naruto Uzumaki, not just the Shadow Ranger. Training, mostly, he admitted, then realized how one-dimensional that sounded. But also ramen. It's a type of noodle soup from my world. I could eat it for every meal. And I like gardening, surprisingly. Growing things. There's something satisfying about nurturing a plant from seed to flower. This last revelation clearly surprised Kira. Gardening. The legendary ninja with world-bending powers has a green thumb. Naruto shrugged, slightly embarrassed. My apartment was always full of plants. When you grow up alone, it helps to have living things around you, even if they're just plants. Something shifted in Kira's expression, a softening around the eyes, a new quality of attention. You grew up alone. Their conversation paused as the barista delivered their order, steaming mugs of coffee and plates of breakfast food that made Naruto realize how hungry he actually was. After thanking the server, he considered how to answer Kira's question. The full story of the 9 tails and the village's treatment of him seemed too heavy for breakfast conversation, yet he felt a strange desire to share some truth with her. I was an orphan, he said finally, between bites of what Kira had called a breakfast burrito. My parents died the day I was born, protecting the village from a great calamity. I didn't even know who they were until I was 16. That's rough, Kira said simply, the unadorned sympathy more comforting than elaborate condolences would have been. It shaped me, Naruto acknowledged. I wanted attention, acknowledgement. I pulled pranks, made trouble, anything to be seen. Eventually, I decided the way to earn respect was to become Hokage, the leader and protector of my village. Did you become this Hokage? Naruto's expression turned reflective. Not yet. That was the path I was on when, he gestured vaguely, encompassing dimensional displacement, all this happened. Now, I'm not sure what awaits me if I ever find a way back. If, Kira caught the conditional immediately. When, Naruto corrected himself, though without complete conviction. The truth was more complicated than he wanted to admit, even to himself. Each day in this world, each new connection formed, each adaptation to the shadow power, rooted him more deeply in this reality. Sensing his discomfort with the topic, Kira shifted gears. My turn for revelations, I guess. I write angry songs about societal conformity, but secretly watch romantic comedies when I'm having a bad day. Completely ruins my punk credibility. The deliberate lightening of the mood worked, drawing a genuine laugh from Naruto. Your secret is safe with me. They continued eating, conversation flowing more easily as they exchanged smaller confidences. Naruto's inability to cook anything besides instant ramen, Kira's collection of stuffed pterodactyls that predated her ranger connection by years. Their mutual dislike of formal academic settings despite respective aptitudes for practical learning. In these exchanges, Naruto felt normal for the first time since his arrival, not a dimensional anomaly, not the Shadow Ranger. Just a person connecting with another person across the universal bridge of shared experiences and mutual curiosity. Their peaceful breakfast was interrupted by a subtle vibration from the shadow gem embedded in Naruto's chest. The sensation wasn't alarm exactly, more like recognition, the power responding to something nearby. Simultaneously, Kira's morpher gave a soft beep that she quickly muffled. Their eyes met in silent communication. Something was happening. Leaving payment for their meal, they exited the cafe, Kira checking her morpher once they reached the privacy of the street. Energy signature detected 3 blocks north, she reported. Not a pteranodrone or monster pattern. Something else. Naruto concentrated on the shadow gem's vibration, extending his awareness as Kurama had suggested, focusing rather than letting the perception overwhelm him. It's familiar, he realized. Like an echo of my world's chakra. They moved quickly through downtown Reefside, following the strengthening signal to a small public park nestled between office buildings. The manicured green space appeared normal at first glance, benches, walkways, carefully tended flower beds. But as they approached its center, reality itself seemed to waver. Do you see that? Kira asked, voice hushed. Naruto nodded, the Rinnegan activating automatically to analyze the phenomenon. A section of air approximately 2 meters in diameter shimmered with subtle distortion, like heat rising from pavement. But unlike a heat mirage, this disturbance had structure, geometry patterns that pulsed with energy visible only to his enhanced perception. It's a dimensional fragment, he explained, approaching carefully. A small piece of another reality temporarily phased into this one. Through his Rinnegan, Naruto could see what remained invisible to normal perception. Within the distortion floated a ghostly image of a massive stone face carved into a mountain, the Hokage monument from Konoha. Momentarily visible across dimensional boundaries. It's from my world, he breathed, recognition sending a wave of homesickness through him. A fragment of Konoha. Kira moved to stand beside him. Squinting at the distortion, I can almost see something. Like shadows within shadows. Is that your home? Part of it, Naruto confirmed. The Hokage monument, giant aces of village leaders carved into the mountainside. This one is the 4th Hokage. My father, though I didn't know that until much later. The personal connection seemed to strengthen the manifestation. The image becoming slightly more defined as Naruto focused on it. Experimentally, he reached toward the distortion, the shadow gem pulsing in response. Careful, Kira cautioned, tensing beside him. It's okay, he assured her. I'm just going to. His fingers made contact with the dimensional fragment, and reality collapsed around them. One moment they stood in Reefside Park, the next. They were falling through swirling darkness punctuated by fractured images, snapshots of different times and places flashing past too quickly to comprehend. Naruto felt Kira's hand grasp his arm, her presence a fixed point in the chaotic dimensional transit. With instinctive reaction, he activated the shadow power, amber and black energy enveloping them both in a protective cocoon. The wild diamonds, ional currents still pulled them through the void, but now with direction rather than random chaos. They landed hard on solid ground, the protective energy dispersing as they rolled to absorb the impact. When they finally came to rest, Naruto found himself looking up at a familiar sight that sent shock waves through his system. The full Hokage monument towered above them, all 5 faces watching. Over a Konoha that was simultaneously familiar and wrong. The village spread below the monument appeared as he remembered, yet subtly altered, buildings in slightly different locations, colors shifted toward blue tones that Konoha had never featured. Where are we? Kira asked, climbing to her feet and staring wide-eyed at the massive stone faces. Not exactly Konoha, Naruto replied, the Rinnegan, and allowing him to perceive the nature of their surroundings. A dimensional pocket created from my memories and the residual chakra that leaked through during my arrival in your world. It's like an echo chamber where fragments of my reality have collected. He helped Kira brush dust from her clothes, noting with concern a small cut on her forehead from their rough landing. Are you okay? She nodded, already switching to Ranger assessment mode. All live. More importantly, how do we get back? Naruto extended his awareness through the shadow power, seeking the boundaries of this pocket dimension. What he found was troubling. The passage we fell through has collapsed. This space is unstable. a temporary bubble between realities that's already beginning to degrade. Meaning we're trapped? Kira asked, impressively calm given the circumstances. Temporarily, Naruto clarified. The shadow power should be able to create a new passage, but I need to locate the weakest point in the dimensional boundary. He gestured toward the village below. Which means exploring this echo of Konoha while it exists. Kira's expression shifted to determined acceptance, the pragmatism of someone accustomed to adapting to impossible situations. Lead the way, dimensional expert. Just promise me we won't run into any echo versions of those Madara guys. Despite the seriousness of their situation, Naruto found himself smiling at her attempt at humor. This pocket is formed from my memories and residual chakra, not actual Konoha. We might encounter echoes of people or events, but they're just reflections, no real consciousness or power. As they descended the path from the monument toward the village, Naruto felt a strange melancholy. This simulacrum of his home existed in a liminal space, real enough to walk through, yet fundamentally hollow. Buildings without inhabitants, streets without footprints, market stalls without vendors. A ghost town constructed from his own memories. It's beautiful, Kira observed as they walked through the empty streets. Even as an echo, the architecture, the way it integrates with the landscape, it feels intentional. Harmonious. Her observant Ion surprised him, not the appreciation itself, but the specific quality she noted. Many visitors to Konoha remarked on its defenses or strategic positioning, but few immediately grasped the philosophical underpinning of its design. The balance between human construction and natural environment that reflected the will of fire at the village's heart. Konoha was built to embody certain ideals, he explained, finding unexpected comfort in sharing this knowledge. The founders believed that true strength came from cooperation between individuals and with nature itself. The village's design ECTS that structures that work with the landscape rather than dominating it. They passed through the market district, now silent where it should have bustled with activity. Phantom scents teased Naruto's senses, ramen from Ichiraku's, fresh cut flowers from the Yamanaka shop, the distinctive aroma of the Akamichi family's spice blends. Memory given fragile form through dimensional resonance. Your morpher, Naruto suddenly realized. Have you tried contacting the others? Kira raised her wrist communicator, attempting to activate it. The device gave a weak chirp but failed to connect. Dimensional interference, I'm guessing. She concluded. They might know we're missing by now, but they won't be able to track us here. Which means we're on our own, Naruto confirmed, continuing to SC. And their surroundings for dimensional weaknesses. As they approached the center of the village, a subtle shift in the air caught Naruto's attention. The empty buildings around them briefly wavered, like reflections in disturbed water. Before stabilizing again. This place is degrading faster than I expected, he noted with concern. The dimensional pocket can't sustain itself without an anchor point. Can you provide that anchor? Kira asked. With the shadow power. Naruto shook his head. Temporarily, maybe, but it would just delay the inevitable collapse while draining energy we need for creating an exit portal. Another ripple passed through the environment, stronger this time. In its wake, translucent figures appeared on the streets around them, spectral echoes of Konoha's inhabitants going about daily activities. A group of academy students ran past, their laughter eerily silent. Shopkeepers arranged phantom wares that faded in and out of visibility. Okay, that's creepy, Kira murmured, unconsciously moving closer to Naruto. Memory echoes, he explained, equally unsettled despite his understanding of the phenomenon. As the pocket dimension destabilizes, it's pulling deeper into my memories, manifesting more detailed reflections. They continued through the increasingly populated yet still silent village, phantom citizens passing through them like mist when their paths crossed. The experience was profoundly disorienting, familiar faces and places rendered as spectral impressions, devoid of substance or recognition. A particularly strong dimensional tremor shook the street beneath their feet. Buildings momentarily became transparent, revealing the swirling void beyond this fragile reality construct. When stability returned, the scene had shifted. They now stood before the academy building where Naruto had spent his formative years. This isn't random, he realized aloud. The dimensional pocket is organizing itself around significant locations from my memories. Your school, Kira guessed, studying the building. The Ninja Academy, Naruto confirmed. Where I failed the graduation exam 3 times before finally becoming a genin, the first rank of ninja. As if triggered by this recollection, a ghostly scene materialized before them. A young Naruto sitting alone on the swing that hung from the tree outside the academy, watching his other students celebrated graduation with proud parents. The depth of loneliness emanating from the memory echo was palpable, a wound still not fully healed despite the years and growth that followed. Kira observed the scene with quiet understanding, her expression softening as she pieced together the implications. "You were the kid no one wanted to acknowledge," she said softly. The outsider looking in, Naruto nodded, surprised by how accurately she'd read the situation from this fragmentary glimpse. "The Nine Tails attack that killed my parents left scars on the village, physical and emotional. I inherited more than just orphan status that day." He didn't elaborate further, but Kira's perceptive gaze suggested she understood there was more to the story. Before she could inquire, another dimensional tremor shook the academy scene, dissolving it into swirling particles that reformed into a different location. The training ground where Team 7 had become official shinobi materialized around them, 3 wooden posts in a clearing, surrounded by forest. Here too, memory echoes played out their silent drama, Kakashi testing his new genin team, Sasuke and Naruto competing with fierce rivalry, Sakura mediating between them with exasperated affection. "Your team," Kira observed, watching the scene with interest. "Team 7, Naruto confirmed, a complicated mix of emotions coloring his voice. "Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura, and me. We were complicated." The ghostly figures moved through training exercises with increasing intensity, their silent coordination demonstrating the foundation of teamwork that would later be tested by betrayal, separation, and war. Kira studied the memory echoes with a musician's attention to detail, noting the subtle dynamics between team members. "The dark-haired boy, Sasuke. He reminds me of someone. Let me guess," Naruto said with a knowing half-smile. "Brooding, talented, complicated history, makes questionable life choices." "You just described Trent perfectly," Kira confirmed. Surprised. "Our White Ranger, currently on a soul-searching trip after being freed from mind control. The parallels are striking. Some patterns repeat across dimensions," Naruto observed, watching his younger self argue silently with memory Sasuke. The rival who becomes something more than friend but never quite enemy. The bond that transcends normal definition. The training ground scene rippled, beginning to dissolve as the pocket dimension continued its inexorable collapse. Through his Rinnegan, Naruto could see the boundaries thinning, reality bleeding through the increasingly permeable walls of this memory construct. "We need to move," he urged, sensing a directional pull in the dimensional currents. "I think I've located the weakest bow. Nadari Point. It's drawing the pocket dimension toward it." They followed this dimensional current through shifting landscapes, the Chunin Exam Arena, Ichiraku Ramen, the Valley of the End, each location flickering into existence briefly before dissolving into the next. Memory fragments without chronology or context, connected only by their significance to Naruto. Finally, they arrived at a location that stabilized more firmly than the others, a simple bedroom with a small balcony overlooking the village. Plants crowded the windowsills and available surfaces, thriving despite the apparently haphazard care. A framed photograph of Team 7 occupied the bedside table. "My apartment," Naruto identified, unexpected emotion tightening his throat. Home. Unlike the public spaces they'd traversed, this room felt more substantial, colors more vivid, details more precise. The dimensional boundary was thinnest here, where memory carried the most emotional weight. "This is where we can create an exit," he determined. The shadow gem pulsing in confirmation. "The emotional resonance has naturally thinned the dimensional barrier." "How do we do that?" Kira asked, practical even amid the strangeness of their situation. Naruto considered the question, consulting his intuitive understanding of the shadow power. "The gem responds to intention and visualization. If I focus on creating a stable passage back to Reefside, using the emotional connection to both places as anchor points." He closed his eyes, centering himself as he had during meditation earlier that morning. The dual aspects of the shadow gem responded immediately. amber and black energy flowing outward in balanced harmony. Naruto visualized Reefside, the command center, cyberspace cafe, the park where they'd encountered the dimensional fragment, creating a clear destination for the portal to connect with. The air before them began to shimmer, reality folding inward like origami, collapsing and reforming into new patterns. A doorway of pure energy formed, its edges stabilized by the shadow power's influence over dimensional boundaries. "That's our way home," Naruto confirmed, maintaining the portal through continuous focus. "But once we pass through, this entire pocket dimension will collapse. These echoes of Konoha will cease to exist." Kira studied his expression, understanding the unspoken implication. "It's not really home, Naruto. Just memories given temporary form." "I know," he acknowledged. "But it's the closest I've been since arriving in your world." Another violent tremor shook the apartment wall. LS becoming momentarily transparent to reveal the void beyond. The pocket dimension was reaching critical instability. "We need to go," Kira urged, gently taking his arm. Now, with a final look at the apartment, the small space that had been his first true home, Naruto nodded. Together, they stepped through the portal, the shadow power creating a protective field around them as they traversed the dimensional boundary. The transition was smoother than their unplanned entry had been, a sensation of passing through a thin membrane, followed by solid ground beneath their feet. They emerged in Reefside Park, at precisely the spot where they'd encountered the dimensional fragment. According to Kira's watch, less than 5 minutes had passed in this reality despite their extended exploration of the pocket dimension. As they stabilized in normal space-time, Naruto felt the final collapse of the memory Konoha, a phantom pain like losing something he'd already lost once before. The shadow gem pulsed in consolation, its dual aspects harmonizing to soothe the emotional resonance. "You okay?" Kira asked quietly, still standing close enough that their shoulders touched. "Yeah," Naruto replied after a moment. "It wasn't real, but it still matters," she finished for him, understanding in her voice. "Just because something exists only in memory doesn't make it less significant." Her insight struck deeper than she could know. In a life defined by successive losses and hard-won connections, memory had often been Naruto's most reliable companion. The Echo Konoha, for all its unreality, had contained emotional truths that transcended dimensional boundaries. Before he could respond, both their communicators activated simultaneously. Tommy's voice came through, tense with concern. "Kira, Naruto, where are you? We've detected massive dimensional fluctuations in the downtown area." Kira answered smoothly, "We're at Reefside Park. There was a dimensional fragment here, some kind of echo from Naruto's world. We've contained the situation." "Contained how?" Tommy asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Kira and Naruto exchanged glances, silently negotiating how much to reveal. "It's a long story," Naruto finally replied, "one that might be better explained in person." "Return to base immediately," Tommy instructed, not sounding entirely convinced by their abbreviated account. "And be careful, we're picking up similar dimensional fragments throughout Reefside. Whatever's happening, it's accelerating." As the communication ended, Naruto extended his awareness through the shadow power, confirming Tommy's assessment. Throughout the city, small tiers in reality were forming, dimensional fragments like the one they'd encountered, echoes of other worlds briefly manifesting in this one. "My presence here is causing this," he realized with growing alarm. "The dimensional instability from my arrival is spreading, creating these temporary breaches." Kira processed this information with remarkable composure. "Then we'll find a way to stabilize them. That's what Rangers do, adapt and overcome." Her confidence was reassuring, but Naruto's concern remained. If dimensional fragments were appearing throughout Reefside, larger and more dangerous breaches might follow. The barrier between worlds was weakening, and he, or more precisely, the shadow power he now wielded, stood at the nexus of this growing crisis. As they returned to Tommy's Mustang, Naruto cast one final look at the spot where the dimensional fragment had manifested. For a brief moment, he saw a ghostly impression of the Hokage monument shimmer in the air, his father's stone face watching over him from across dimensional boundaries before fading back into invisibility. Two worlds, both claiming him in different ways. The question that haunted him now was whether either could truly be home again without sacrificing the other. Dash dash dash. The command center buzzed with activity when they arrived. Tommy, Haley, Connor, and Ethan gathered around monitoring equipment, tracking the proliferating dimensional anomalies throughout Reefside. Tension hung in the air, momentarily intensifying as Naruto and Kira entered. Care to explain why you two went AWOL during a dimensional crisis? Tommy asked, his tone making clear he already suspected the answer. Kira responded with calm directness. Naruto needed to see Reefside, understand what he's fighting for beyond theoretical briefings. We went to cyberspace for breakfast, detected an anomaly in the park, and investigated. And somehow ended up inside a pocket dimension. Haley added, studying readings from their communicators. These energy signatures from your morphers are unmistakable. You crossed a dimensional boundary approximately 43 minutes ago. Local time. Caught in their abbreviated account, Naruto stepped forward. It was my fault, he said, accepting responsibility. I touched the dimensional fragment. Without fully understanding its properties. We were pulled into a temporary pocket reality constructed from my memories of Konoha. Instead of the reprimand he expected, Tommy's expression shifted to scientific curiosity. What was it like inside? Stable, consistent physics, temporal continuity. The technical questions, so different from the scolding he'd anticipated, momentarily threw Naruto off balance. Semi-stable, degrading over time. Physics seemed normal except at boundary points. Time moved differently. We spent hours there while only minutes passed here. Haley was already recording these observations. Her irritation at their unauthorized excursion overshadowed by scientific fascination. That's consistent with Einstein-Rosen bridge theory as applied to pocket dimensions. The temporal differential especially. Quote. People, Connor interrupted with characteristic impatience, can we focus on the current crisis? Dimensional fragments are popping up all over Reefside. Civilians have already reported seeing ghost buildings downtown. Connor's right, Tommy acknowledged, returning to the immediate problem. Naruto, these fragments seem connected to your arrival. The energy signature matches the residual patterns we detected when you first appeared. Naruto nodded, having reached the same conclusion in the park. My dimensional displacement created weaknesses in the barrier between worlds. The shadow power has been trying to stabilize them, but each time I use it, I create resonance patterns that temporarily strengthen the connection to my home dimension. Catch 22, Ethan observed. You need the shadow power to fix the breaches, but using it makes more breaches likely. Not exactly, Haley interjected, studying the data with growing understanding. It's more like dimensional equilibrium seeking balance. The fragments appear near locations where Naruto has used the shadow power because those areas have already experienced dimensional thinning. The system is trying to equalize pressure, so to speak. So what's the solution? Kira asked, moving to stand beside Naruto in a subtle gesture of solidarity that didn't escape his notice. Ami turned to one of the secondary monitors, displaying a map of Reefside with glowing points indicating dimensional anomalies. We need to contain and stabilize these fragments before they grow or multiply further. Based on what happened in the park, Naruto can use the shadow power to collapse these pocket dimensions safely. I can, Naruto confirmed, but it's treating symptoms rather than the cause. As long as I remain in this dimension wielding the shadow power, new fragments will continue to form. A heavy silence followed this assessment, the implication clear to everyone present. E-dimensional instability would continue as long as Naruto remained in their world. There has to be another way, Kira stated firmly, breaking the silence. Some method of permanent stabilization that doesn't involve Naruto leaving. Her immediate rejection of the implied solution, his departure, sent an unexpected warmth through Naruto. In the short time since his arrival, he'd formed connections here that already felt significant. Particularly with the Yellow Ranger who'd become his primary guide to this world. Maybe there is, Haley said slowly, an idea visibly forming. The shadow power exists to maintain balance between dimensions, that's its fundamental purpose according to the ancient texts. If we could establish a controlled, stable connection between our world and Naruto's, instead of these random fragments. A permanent bridge rather than sporadic leaks, Tommy concluded, following her reasoning. using the shadow power as an anchor point between dimensions rather than allowing it to create random connections. Is that possible? Ethan asked. Creating a stable interdimensional bridge sounds like high-level cosmic engineering. All eyes turned to Naruto, whose experience with the Shadow Gem provided the most direct insight into its capabilities. He considered the question carefully, consulting his intuitive understanding of the primordial power now integrated with his being. Theoretically, yes, he finally answered. The dual aspects of the shadow power embody connection and separation, creation and destruction. Working in harmony, they could establish a controlled pathway between specific dimensional points. He touched the gem embedded in his chest, feeling its response to the concept. But it would require incredible precision and power, more than I can currently channel safely. And an anchor point in your home dimension, Haley added. Something or someone connected to you that could serve as the receiving end of the bridge. This presented a significant challenge. Without direct communication to his world, Naruto had no way to coordinate such an anchoring presence. Unless, Kurama, he said suddenly. The Nine Tails chakra axis. TS partially outside normal dimensional constraints. If I could extend the shadow power through our connection, he might be able to serve as an anchor point from within my home dimension. You want to use the giant fox demon sealed inside you as an interdimensional telephone pole. Connor summarized with characteristic bluntness. That sounds totally safe and not at all likely to go catastrophically wrong. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Naruto found himself smiling at the Red Ranger's description. When you put it that way, it does sound a bit reckless. But Kurama and I have a cooperative relationship now. If anyone could serve as a stable anchor point, it's a Biju with thousands of years of chakra experience. It's worth investigating, Tommy decided. But first, we need to contain the existing dimensional fragments before they grow or cause public panic. A coordinated plan quickly formed. The Rangers would split into teams to address the dimensional anomalies through UGH out Reefside, Naruto and Kira taking the downtown fragments, Tommy and Connor handling the waterfront, while Ethan remained at the command center with Haley to monitor for new manifestations and research the interdimensional bridge concept. As they prepared to depart, Kira pulled Naruto aside briefly. That pocket dimension, she said quietly, ensuring the others couldn't overhear. What you showed me about your world, your past. Thank you for sharing that, even if it wasn't intentional. The sincerity in her expression struck Naruto deeply. In his world, personal history, especially the painful parts, was typically guarded closely, revealed only to the most trusted companions after years of shared experience. Yet here, through circumstance rather than choice, Kira had glimpsed core memories that defined him. I'm glad it was you, he replied honestly. Some things are easier to understand when seen rather than explained. A brief but meaningful look passed between them. Aknal. DG meant of a connection deepening beyond mere alliance or friendship. Then the moment passed, duty reasserting itself as they joined the others to address the dimensional crisis spreading throughout Reefside. Downtown Reefside had developed an ethereal quality since their earlier visit. Ghostly structures occasionally overlapped with existing buildings, a traditional Konoha apartment complex B. Rai fly superimposed on a modern office building, a ramen stand momentarily appearing beside a hot dog vendor. Citizens alternated between fascination and alarm at these spectral manifestations. Many are recording the phenomena on cell phones while others gave the anomalies wide berth. At least they're not panicking, Kira observed as they navigated through curious onlookers toward a particularly dimensional fragment manifesting in the central plaza. Reefside has developed a certain resilience to weirdness. Regular monster attacks will do that, Naruto replied, extending his awareness through the shadow power to assess the fragment's properties. This one's different from what we encountered in the park. More stable, more defined. The anomaly in question manifested as a translucent NT structure in the middle of the plaza, a perfect reproduction of Konoha's Hokage office, complete with the distinctive kanji for fire emblazoned on its curved roof. Unlike the fragmented, shifting memories of the pocket dimension, this manifestation maintained consistent form and detail. It's like a photograph rather than a memory, Naruto noted, approaching carefully. A precise moment captured. read and projected across dimensional boundaries. Kira studied the spectral building with professional interest. So different approach than the park fragment. Naruto nodded, already channeling the shadow power in balanced measure. Instead of collapsing it, I need to gently dissolve the connection, like untying a knot rather than cutting it. Bystanders had formed a respectful perimeter around the anomaly, their attention shifting to Naruto as amber and black energy began to flow from the shadow gem embedded in his chest. Several recognized him from news coverage of previous ranger battles. Phone cameras swiveling to record his approach to the dimensional fragment. Should I be creating a distraction? Kira asked quietly, noting the growing audience. No need, Naruto replied, focusing on the task. Public association with the Rangers provides useful cover. Besides, he added with a hint of his old mischievous smile, I've never been great at the whole secret identity thing. With methodical precision, he extended tendrils of shadow energy toward the manifestation, identifying the dimensional frequencies that anchored it to this reality. Unlike the wild collapse in the park, this required delicate manipulation, a surgeon's touch rather than a warrior's strike. Shadow style. Dimensional harmony, he murmured, establishing resonance between his energy and the fragment's vibration. The spectral Hokage office responded to his technique, its edges softening as the connection began to dissolve. Through the Rinnegan, Naruto could perceive the dimensional threads unwinding, returning to their proper reality without the chaotic collapse that had characterized the park incident. As the manifestation faded, something unexpected occurred. For a brief moment, through the dissolving structure, Naruto glimpsed movement, not a memory echo, but active presence. A figure stood at the Hokage's desk, head raised as if sensing the dimensional disturbance. Though the image lost only seconds before the manifestation completely dissolved, the recognition was immediate and jarring. Kakashi, wearing the Hokage's ceremonial hat and robes. The implication hit Naruto with physical force. Kakashi had become Hokage, which meant significant time had passed in his home dimension, perhaps years rather than the days he had experienced here. Dimensional time differential, something G. Haley had theorized but they had no means to confirm until now. Naruto. Kira's concerned voice broke through his shocked stillness. What's wrong? He turned to her, struggling to process the revelation. I saw Kakashi, my sensei. He was wearing the Hokage robes. Time is moving differently there than here. Understanding dawned in her expression. How much differently? I can't be certain from that brief glimpse, Naruto admitted, but for Kakashi to have become Hokage, months at minimum, possibly years. The revelation settled heavily between them as the last traces of the dimensional fragment dissipated completely. The gathered crowd applauded the successful removal of the spectral building, unaware of the personal significance of what Naruto had witnessed. We should continue, he said finally, regaining his focus. There are more fragments to address. As they moved toward the next anomaly, Kira maintained a thoughtful silence, clearly processing the implications alongside him. When she finally spoke, her perspective surprised him. Time differential could actually work in our favor, she observed. If we establish a stable dimensional bridge as Haley suggested, the time difference might allow you to maintain connections to both worlds without sacrificing either. The insight caught Naruto off guard, not just the practical observation, but the underlying assumption that maintaining dual connections was a desirable outcome. It reflected a perspective he hadn't fully acknowledged to himself, the growing reluctance to choose between worlds. That's optimistic thinking, he replied carefully. Someone on this team has to balance out Connor's catastrophizing, she countered with a small smile. Might as well be me. The light exchange helped center him as they approached the next dimensional fragment, this one manifesting as a spectral training ground where ghost-like figures engaged in taijutsu practice. Using the same harmonizing technique, Naruto gently dissolved the connection, carefully monitoring for any active presences from his home dimension. Throughout the afternoon, they moved methodically through downtown Reefside, addressing a dozen dimensional fragments of varying size and stability. Some contained only environmental elements from Konoha, trees, buildings, landscape features, while others manifested people and activities. With each dissolution, Naruto refined his technique, gaining precision and efficiency in managing the dimensional boundaries. Their final target brought them to Reefside High School, where a partic Alarmingly strong manifestation had appeared in the main courtyard. Unlike the previous fragments, this anomaly displayed active movement and sound. A busy street in Konoha with civilians and shinobi alike going about their business. Their voices carrying faintly across dimensional boundaries. This one's more developed than the others, Naruto noted with concern. The connection is strengthening rather than degrading over time. Students and faculty had gathered at a safe distance, watching the spectral village scene with fascinated apprehension. Among them, Naruto recognized Principal Randall, Elsa's civilian identity, observing the proceedings with calculating interest. "We have an audience," he murmured to Kira, subtly indicating Randall's position. "Great," Kira replied under her breath. Mesogog's right hand getting a front row seat to our dimensional management techniques. "Which means we need to be particularly careful," Naruto concluded. "This fragment is too strong for the harmonizing approach I've been using. We need something more definitive." Kira eyed the spectral Konoha street with professional assessment. "Morph time." Naruto nodded, the decision already made. "The Shadow Ranger can manipulate dimensional boundaries more directly than I can in human form." Without further discussion, they moved to a relatively private alcove near the school building. Though they couldn't avoid all observation, the partial seclusion would at least obscure the details of their transformation. "Ready?" Kira asked, Morpher raised. Together, Naruto confirmed, the shadow gem pulsing in anticipation. Their transformation phrases overlapped, power surging through different but compatible systems. Dino Thunder, power up. Ha, shadow balance, ninja transform. Energy E, enveloped them simultaneously. Kira's yellow Pteranodon power and Naruto's balanced shadow energy creating momentary harmonic resonance before solidifying into their respective ranger forms. The synchronicity felt natural, their powers acknowledging each other across the divide between dinosaur energy and dimensional chakra. As the transformation completed, Naruto sensed something new, a stronger connection between his shadow power and Kira's dinosaur energy than he'd experienced with the other rangers. Whether from their shared experiences in the pocket dimension or some innate compatibility between their specific powers. The resonance created potential for combination techniques previously unexplored. "Your energy signature changed," the Shadow Ranger observed, the Rinnegan perceiving the subtle shift in Kira's morphing field. "It's harmonizing with the shadow power." "I feel it," Yellow Ranger confirmed, studying the amber-tinted energy that occasionally sparked between them when they moved in proximity. "Like our powers are communicating." This development would warrant further investigation later. For now, they had a dimensional fragment to address, one that continued to strengthen and expand as they approached. Through his enhanced perception, the Shadow Ranger could now see that this manifestation differed fundamentally from the others they'd encountered. Where previous fragments had been passive projections, this one maintained an active connection to real-time Konoha. The people visible within were not memory echoes but actual citizens viewed through a dimensional window. "This isn't just a fragment," he explained to Kira as they approached. "It's a developing portal, a two-way connection that's attempting to stabilize itself." "Is that good or bad?" she asked. "Practical as always. Potentially catastrophic," he replied. "Uncontrolled dimensional portals can collapse unpredictably, damaging both connected realities. Or worse, begin expanding exponentially until they consume both worlds." Principal Randall had moved closer, ostensibly managing the student observers but clearly intent on monitoring their approach to the manifestation. If she reported this developing portal to Mesogog, the consequences could be severe, especially if Madara learned of a potential direct connection to the shinobi world. "We need to close it quickly and completely," the Shadow Ranger decided. Shadow Style. Dimensional Sealing Technique. Drawing on both aspects of the shadow power simultaneously, he created a complex geometric pattern of energy that expanded to encompass the portal's perimeter. The technique, inspired by Uzumaki sealing methods but enhanced through the shadow gem's primordial power, began systematically collapsing the dimensional opening inward, forcing the connection closed from the edges. As the portal contracted, something unexpected happened. A figure on the Konoha side, a shinobi with distinctive silver hair and a mask covering the lower half of his face, looked directly at them, his visible eye widening in recognition. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto breathed, momentarily faltering in his technique. The Konoha Jonin moved purposefully toward the diminishing portal, his hands forming familiar seals, a space-time ninjutsu designed to stabilize dimensional connections. Through the narrowing aperture, his voice carried faintly. Naruto, we've been searching dimensional disturbances throughout, Tsunade has. The message fragmented as the portal continued to close, Kakashi's technique insufficient to counteract the Shadow Ranger's more powerful dimensional sealing. For a brief, tempting moment, Naruto considered halting the closure, allowing the connection to stabilize, creating the bridge they had discussed at the command center. But instinct born from years of shinobi training prevailed. An unplanned, public portal in the middle of a high school courtyard, with Mesogog's agent watching, presented unacceptable risks. Control-led conditions would be essential for any permanent connection between worlds. With renewed determination, the Shadow Ranger completed the sealing technique. The portal collapsed completely, the last image of Kakashi's surprised face fading as dimensional integrity restored itself. As the spectral Konoha disappeared, a wave of disappointment washed through Naruto beneath the Ranger armor. For the first time since his arrival, he had seen definitive proof that his home world searched for him, that connections there remained active, concerned, engaged in his absence. You knew him, Yellow Ranger observed quietly. Standing beside him as students and faculty murmured in the background, discussing the now vanished spectacle. My teacher, the Shadow Ranger confirmed, voice modulated by the helmet but emotion still evident. He saw me, recognized me. They're looking for me. Kira placed a hand on his armored shoulder, the gesture conveying understanding despite their transformed state. Quote, we'll find a way to establish communication. The right way, under controlled conditions. Her certainty provided unexpected comfort as they departed the school grounds, aware of Randall's calculating gaze following their retreat. The principal would undoubtedly report this incident to Mesogog, but the immediate danger had passed. As they demorphed in a secluded location several blocks from the school, Naruto found himself processing complex emotions, hope at confirmation his homeworld sought him, frustration at the brief, interrupted connection, determination to establish proper communication, and increasingly, attachment to this world and its defenders. You did the right thing, Kira assured him, correctly reading his conflicted expression. An unstable portal there would have been disastrous. I know, he acknowledged. But seeing Kakashi, hearing his voice, it made everything more immediate. My world isn't just memory and theory anymore. It's actively missing me. They began walking back toward Tommy's Mustang, parked several blocks away. In the late afternoon light, Reefside had regained its normal appearance, dimensional fragments successfully contained throughout the city. Citizens returned to regular activities, the strange phenomena already becoming fodder for social media rather than immediate concern. Missing goes both ways, Kira observed after a thoughtful silence. It's okay to acknowledge that you've formed connections here too, that going back would mean leaving something behind, just as staying means missing what you left. The insight struck deeply, articulating the growing conflict within him. In just days, he had formed meaningful bonds in this world, with the Rangers as a team, with Haley's scientific mentorship, with Tommy's leadership guidance. And especially with Kira herself, whose direct understanding and perceptive companionship had become increasingly important to him. When did you get so wise about dimensional displacement psychology? He asked with a half smile, attempting to lighten the moment. I write songs about complex emotions, she replied with matching humor. Existential crisis is practically a job requirement. As they reached the car, Naruto's communicator activated with Tommy's voice. Status report on the high school manifestation. Contained and sealed, Naruto replied, exchanging glances with Kira. Though there's something you should know. It wasn't just a fragment, it was developing into a stable portal. And someone from my world saw me before I closed it. A brief silence followed this information. Return to base, Tommy finally instructed. We need to compare notes. Haley and Ethan may have found something significant regarding interdimensional bridges. The communication ended, leaving Naruto and Kira with the sense that events were accelerating toward some critical juncture. As they drove back toward the command center, the setting sun cast long shadows across Reefside, a visual echo of the dual worlds now claiming Naruto's loyalty and concern. The shadow gem pulsed gently against his chest, its balanced aspects seemingly content with this duality rather than pressing for resolution. Perhaps that was the true nature of the shadow power, not forcing choice between opposing forces, but maintaining harmony within their eternal dance. In Mesogog's island laboratory, Elsa delivered her report with clinical precision, detailing the dimensional manifestations throughout Reefside and the Ranger's response. Particular emphasis fell on the developing portal at the high school and the Shadow Ranger's method of sealing it. The dimensional instability is increasing, she concluded. But the Rangers, particularly the Shadow Ranger, are becoming more efficient at containing the breaches. Mesogog absorbed this information with reptilian patience, his clawed fingers tapping rhythmically against the laboratory table. And the portal showed active connection to the shinobi dimension. Confirmed, Elsa replied. Two-way visual and auditory contact was established briefly before the Shadow Ranger sealed it. He recognized someone on the other side, appeared emotionally affected by the encounter. Interesting, Mesogog hissed, turning toward a monitoring station where energy readings from the sealed dimensional locations displayed fluctuating patterns. The barriers between worlds grow thinner each time he uses the shadow power. A paradox of intervention. Should we attempt to prevent his containment efforts? Elsa inquired. Allow the dimensional fragments to proliferate naturally. No, came a new voice from the shadows of the laboratory. Madara stepped forward, his Rinnegan glowing softly in the dim light. Let him continue. Each intervention thens the resonance between dimensions, creating the very instability he seeks to prevent. Mesogog turned toward his ally with narrowed reptilian eyes. You anticipated this outcome. It wasn't a question, but Madara answered nonetheless. The shadow power exists to maintain balance between dimensions, yet its very use creates ripples across reality. The more Naruto attempts to stabilize individual breaches, the more he destabilizes the greater dimensional framework. A cold smile touched the Uchiha's lips. Irony exists across all worlds, it seems. And the practical application of this irony. Mesogog pressed, ever focused on tangible results. Madara approached a containment unit where specialized equipment monitored dimensional frequencies throughout Reefside. When sufficient instability accumulates, a cascade effect will occur. The barriers between dimensions will become permeable enough for us to establish controlled gateways of our own design, without the limitations of the Shadow Ranger's moral constraints. Gateways to the shinobi world, Elsa concluded, understanding the strategy. And beyond, Madara corrected. The multiverse contains infinite dimensions, infinite power sources, infinite possibilities. Why limit ourselves to merely two worlds when reality itself could be reshaped according to our vision? The grandiosity of this ambition might have seemed delusional from another source. But Madara's calm certainty, backed by demonstrated mastery of dimensional principles, lent credibility to the claim. Mesogog, no stranger to ambitious plans himself, recognized the potential in such a partnership. Your vision expands, Uchiha, the reptilian mastermind observed. When we began this alliance, your goal was merely returning to your dimension with enhanced power. Perspective evolves with knowledge, Madara replied simply. This world has shown me possibilities beyond my original conception. Why reconquer one reality when multiple realities could be harmonized under singular vision? Quote, the implied scope of this ambition gave even Mesogog pause. And what role does the Shadow Ranger play in this expanded vision? Madara's mismatched eyes narrowed slightly, ancient calculation evident in his gaze. Naruto has always been a catalyst rather than an obstacle, a force that creates necessary change through opposition. His attempts to stabilize dimensions serve our purposes better than direct interference could achieve. Then we allow him to continue his efforts, Mesogog concluded. With one modification, Madara added. We should accelerate the process by creating our own dimensional disturbances, minor but strategically placed. Each will require his intervention. Each intervention will further weaken the barriers. Each weakness will bring us closer to the cascade point. Quote, Elsa, ever practical, raised the obvious concern. The Rangers have defeated every creature we've sent against them, including those enhanced with chakra principles. What makes you believe they won't recognize and counter this strategy? Because, Madara replied with the confidence of one who had outmaneuvered opponents for centuries, they will be too focused on developing their own interdimensional bridge to notice the pattern until it's too late. Their scientific curiosity and Naruto's emotional connection to his homeworld ensure they will pursue exactly the path that serves our purpose. Mesogog's lipless mouth curved in appreciation of the elegant manipulation. Begin preparations for the first strategic disturbance, he instructed Elsa. Quote, location to be determined based on the ranger's movement patterns. As Elsa departed to implement these orders, Mesogog turned his full attention to Madara. You play a dangerous game, Uchiha. The Shadow power has proven more adaptable than anticipated. All power adapts, Madara replied with philosophical detachment. The question is whether its wielder can adapt quickly enough to recognize manipulation before it's complete. His gaze drifted toward a monitor displaying footage of the Shadow Ranger sealing the high school portal. Naruto's greatest strength has always been his unpredictability. His greatest weakness, his emotional attachments, which you intend to exploit, Mesogog concluded. Which are already exploiting themselves, Madara corrected. He forms connections easily, in any world. Those connections create divided loyalty creates hesitation, hesitation creates opportunity. The cold calculation behind this assessment reflected millennia of I see thinking, a perspective that made even Mesogog's reptilian patience seem impulsive by comparison. In Madara Uchiha, the dinosaur tyrant recognized a mind that planned not in days or years, but in generations and epochs. And what of our alliance? Mesogog inquired, reptilian directness cutting through subtext. When dimensions lie open before us, what then? Madara met the reptilian gaze without hesitation. Power recognizes power across all realities. Those who can perceive the greater pattern will naturally align in its implementation. A non-answer that nonetheless satisfied Mesogog's immediate concern. The alliance would hold until their mutual goal was achieved. What followed would be determined by respective strengths when that moment arrived, a competition both participants understood without requiring explicit acknowledgement. As Madara departed to pursue his own preparations, Mesogog returned to monitoring the dimensional frequencies across Reefside. The subtle patterns RMING across the readings suggested an approaching inflection point, a critical threshold beyond which conventional physical laws would begin to bend under interdimensional pressure. Reality itself was developing stress fractures, and the Shadow Ranger's well-intentioned interventions were, ironically, accelerating the process. The perfect trap was one the quarry constructed around themselves, recognizing the pattern until containment was complete. The command center hummed with purposeful activity when Naruto and Kira arrived. Tommy and Connor had returned from the waterfront, ordering successful containment of the dimensional fragments in their assigned sector. Haley and Ethan occupied the main computer station, refining calculations for what appeared to be a complex energy matrix displayed on the central monitor. You're just in time, Tommy greeted them. Haley and Ethan may have found a solution to the dimensional instability. A theoretical solution, Haley clarified, not looking up from her calculations. With significant practical challenges, Naruto approached the display, immediately recognizing elements of dimensional mathematics that resonated with his intuitive understanding of the shadow power. An artificial dimensional anchor point, he identified, studying the matrix. Creating a stable bridge between specific locations across realities. Exactly, Ethan confirmed, impressed by Naruto's quick assessment. Instead of these random fragments popping up everywhere, we establish a controlled connection that channels all dimensional energy through a single, maintained pathway. Like a pressure valve for reality, Connor suggested, demonstrating unexpected insight beneath his jock exterior. That's actually a perfect analogy, Haley acknowledged with mild surprise. The dimensional pressure is building regardless of our containment efforts. This would provide a controlled release point rather than allowing random breaches. Naruto considered the concept, consulting his experience with the shadow power. It could work, he concluded after careful assessment. The dual aspects could maintain such a bridge indefinitely once established. But we'd need precise coordinates in both dimensions and significant initial energy to create the connection. That's where we hit our first major hurdle, Tommy explained. Without direct communication with your world, we can't coordinate the exact dimensional coordinates for the anchor point. Actually, Kira interjected, we might have a lead on that. The portal at the high show. OL established temporary two-way communication. Naruto's teacher saw him, recognized him, before the connection closed. This news immediately captured everyone's attention. Tommy's expression shifted to intense focus. You made contact with someone from your world. Briefly, Naruto confirmed. Kakashi-sensei. My former teacher, apparently now the Hokage. He was attempting some kind of space-time technique to stabilize the connection when I closed the portal. Which means they have at least basic dimensional manipulation capability, Haley noted, already incorporating this information into her calculations. And they're actively monitoring for dimensional disturbances, probably searching for you. This changes our approach significantly, Tommy decided. If they're looking for you and have space-time techniques, we might be able to establish coordinated contact rather than trying to build a bridge entirely from our side. Ethan was already modifying the dimensional matrix on screen. We could create a small, controlled dimensional window, not a full portal, just enough for communication. Get coordinates, synchronize efforts, then establish the permanent bridge together. The strategy made sense, but Naruto identified a critical concern. After what happened at the high school, Mesogog and Madara will be watching for dimensional activity. Any attempt at communication could alert them to our plans. We'll need a diversion, Tommy acknowledged. Something to occupy their attention while we establish initial contact. And a secure location, Haley added. Somewhere, shielded from their monitoring systems but with sufficient power infrastructure to support the energy requirements. The team fell into strategic planning mode, proposing and discarding options with practiced efficiency. Through this process, Naruto observed the Rangers' teamwork with growing appreciation, each contributing from their respective strengths, building on each other's ideas without ego or competition. It reminded him of the best aspects of shinobi team dynamics, yet with an openness and informal equality that ninja villages rarely achieved. Eventually, a plan cohered. They would establish a communication window at the abandoned quarry outside Reefside, using the industrial power infrastructure still connected to the site. Connor and Ethan would create a diversion on the ITE side of the city, a fake dimensional disturbance designed to draw Mesogog's attention. Tommy would provide security at the quarry site while Haley managed the technical aspects of creating the dimensional window. Naruto, with Kira's assistance, would attempt to establish contact with Konoha through the shadow power. As final preparations were discussed, Naruto found himself reflecting on the implications of success. If they established stable communication with his home world, the possibility of return became concrete rather than theoretical. Yet the prospect evoked more complicated emotions than the simple relief he might have expected days earlier. You've gone quiet, Kira observed, moving to stand beside him as the others continued technical discussions. Just thinking about consequences, he replied honestly. If this works, if we establish communication, you might have to choose, she finished for him, perceptive as always. Or think you do, anyway. The distinction caught his attention. What do you mean? Quote. Kira considered her words carefully before responding. The whole point of this bridge is creating balance between dimensions, right? Not forcing an either or choice. Maybe that applies to you too, finding balance between worlds rather than choosing one over the other. The perspective aligned perfectly with the fundamental nature of the shadow power, harm. Only between opposing forces rather than dominance of one over another. It offered a conceptual framework that Naruto hadn't fully considered, the possibility of connection to both worlds simultaneously. Before he could respond, Tommy called the team to attention for final assignments. We move at dawn tomorrow, he instructed. The dimensional energy patterns show reduced activity during early morning hours, which should give us our best chance at controlled communication without triggering cascading instabilities. As the meeting concluded and team members dispersed to prepare, Naruto found himself drawn toward the training room, a space designed for rangers to practice with their powers in a controlled environment. The restless energy building within him needed physical outlet, and meditation alone wouldn't suffice. To his mild surprise, Kira followed. Mind some company? She asked as he entered the spacious, reinforced chamber. I could use some practice with those combination techniques we started developing. The offer was welcome on multiple levels: practical training opportunity, distraction from complicated thoughts, and simple companionship during a period of uncertainty. I'd appreciate it, he replied with genuine warmth. They began with basic exercises, Kira demonstrating her Terra Scream while Naruto analyzed its harmonic patterns through the Rinnegan. The Yell. Al Ranger's sonic powers operated on principles surprisingly compatible with certain chakra frequencies, creating potential for amplification through proper synchronization. Try channeling your sound through this, Naruto suggested, creating a wind-style chakra current between them. The air vibrations should carry and focus your sonic waves. Kira nodded, positioning herself at the optimal distance before unleashing a controlled sonic burst through the chakra current. The result exceeded expectations. Her Terra Scream traveled along the chakra pathway with increased focus and intensity, striking the training target with precision that shattered reinforced material designed to withstand Ranger-level attacks. Whoa, she breathed, clearly feeling the difference in power output. That was at least triple normal impact. The chakra current acts as both amplifier and waveguide, Naruto explained, directing the sonic energy while preserving its harmonic structure. They continued exploring this synergy, developing variations that incorporated different chakra elements, fire chakra creating superheated sonic waves, water chakra generating pressure oscillations that could penetrate barriers, earth chakra producing localized seismic effects when combined with her scream. As their training progressed, Naruto found himself increasingly aware of the natural rhythm developing between them, an unspoken coordination that anticipated each other's movements and energy patterns. It reminded him of the fluid teamwork he developed with Sasuke during their final battles together, but it out the years of complicated history and rivalry that had characterized that relationship. "You're holding back," Kira observed during a brief rest period, wiping sweat from her brow with a towel. "The shadow power, you're barely tapping it." The observation was accurate. Throughout their training session, Naruto had relied primarily on basic chakra techniques rather than the more profound dimensional abilities granted by the Shadow Gem. "It feels inappropriate for practice," he admitted. "The shadow power affects dimensional boundaries. Using it casually risks creating the very instabilities we're working to prevent." Kira considered this with characteristic directness. You need controlled practice to develop precise manipulation. Suppressing it completely doesn't build the finesse you'll need tomorrow. Again, her insight cut through justification to underlying truth. Naruto had been avoiding full engagement with the shadow power partly from caution, but also from subliminal reluctance to embrace its nature as a bridge between worlds, a constant reminder of his liminal status. "You might be right," he acknowledged. "Controlled practice in a shielded environment makes sense." With deliberate intention, he allowed the Shadow Gem's energy to flow more freely, amber and black power emanating from the crystal embedded in his chest. The dual aspects manifested as visible aura, creation and destruction in perfect balance, light and shadow intertwining without conflict. "Better," Kira approved, observing the harmonic patterns with a musician's appreciation for rhythm and resonance. "Now let's see if we can synchronize my dinosaur energy with it." The suggestion was ambitious but intriguing. Theoretically, the primal dinosaur power that fueled the Ranger's abilities shared distant evolutionary roots with the shadow power, both drawing from the morphing grid's fundamental energy. They began cautiously, Kira activating her Yellow Ranger energy without full transformation while Naruto maintained balanced flow of the shadow power. Where the energies touched, interesting phenomena occurred: momentary dimensional ripples, harmonic resonance patterns, occasional sparks of hybrid power that neither could have generated alone. "There's something here," Naruto observed, the Rinnegan perceiving layers of interaction invisible to normal sight. "Your dinosaur energy naturally seeks to harmonize with the shadow power, like it recognizes a progenitor force." "I can feel it," Kira confirmed, extending her yellow-tinged energy toward his amber shadow aura. "It's like coming home to something it didn't know it was missing." The poetic description captured the essence of what was occurring at an energy level. As they continued careful experimentation, their respective powers developed increasing synchronicity, flowing together in patterns that suggested potential for significant combination techniques. After an hour of progressive practice, they MPTED something more ambitious. Kira initiated her transformation sequence while Naruto maintained shadow power flow around them both. As her Ranger form materialized, the shadow energy responded, flowing around and through her transformation field. temporarily infusing her Yellow Ranger armor with amber shadow patterns that enhanced its structural integrity. When the transformation completed, Kira examined her modified suit with fascination. "It feels different," she reported, flexing armored fingers that occasionally trailed shadow afterimages. "Lighter but stronger, and I can sense more dimensional frequencies I couldn't perceive before. The shadow power has temporarily harmonized with your dinosaur energy," Naruto explained, studying the integration through the Rinnegan. Enhancing its natural properties rather than changing them. They tested this enhanced state through a series of controlled exercises: strength, speed, perceptual acuity, energy projection. In each category, Kira's already impressive ranger abilities demonstrated approximately 30% improvement, with particular enhancement to her sonic capabilities, which now affected targets across dimensional phase states. "This is incredible," she observed after effortlessly shattering a training dummy designed to withstand combined ranger attacks. "If all the rangers could integrate with the shadow power like this." "The enhancement is temporary," Naruto cautioned, though equally impressed by the results. "And likely works best with your specific dinosaur energy. The Terra power has harmonic properties that naturally align with dimensional frequencies." As their training session concluded and Kira demorphed, returning to human form, they found themselves standing closer than strictly necessary in the large training room. The shared experience of power synchronization had created a connection beyond mere teamwork, an energy-level harmony that lingered even after the active techniques had ceased. "Tomorrow's going to work," Kira said with quiet certainty, meeting his gaze directly. "Whatever happens after, we'll figure it out together." The simple declaration carried unmistakable text. Whether establishing communication with Konoha led to his departure, permanent residence in this dimension, or some hybrid solution, she intended to remain involved, to continue the partnership they had begun developing. "Together," Naruto agreed, the word carrying more significance than its single utterance might suggest. As they left the training room, the shadow gem pulsed with gentle affirmation. Balanced aspects in harmony with each other and increasingly, with this world that had unexpectedly become important to him. Whatever tomorrow brought, the connection established here would remain. Across dimensional boundaries if necessary. The true nature of the shadow power, he was beginning to understand, wasn't found in spectacular techniques or reality-bending abilities, but in its fundamental purpose. Creating bridges where divisions once existed, finding harmony where opposition seemed inevitable. Balance, not as static equilibrium, but as dynamic dance between worlds. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Echoes of the Past. Dawn painted the reefside quarry in watercolor hues of amber and rose. Massive excavated walls of stratified stone rose around the basin floor like ancient guardians. Their faces scored by industrial machinery long since removed. A heavy mist clung to the quarry floor, transforming ordinary terrain into something mythic and primordial. Naruto stood at the center of this natural amphitheater, the shadow gem pulsing against his chest in rhythm with his measured breathing. Around him, an intricate matrix of symbols had been etched into the stone, part scientific formula, part mystical mandala, designed to focus and channel dimensional energies. Haley's technical expertise and his own knowledge of fuinjutsu had merged to create something neither could have accomplished alone. "Primary power conduits are online," Haley announced from her makeshift command station, a collection of advanced equipment hastily assembled beneath a canvas shelter. Dimensional resonance calibrators at 87% and rising. Tommy circled the perimeter, brachio staff in hand, vigilant for any sign of Mesogog's forces. Despite the early hour, he remained fully morphed as the Black Ranger, experience having taught him the value of preemptive caution. "Connor and Ethan are in position on the east side," he reported, checking his morpher's communication function. "Diversion is ready to deploy on our signal." Kira stood closest to Naruto, unmorphed but alert, her natural aptitude for energy harmonics making her the ideal assistant for the delicate work ahead. She wore a specialized sensor array designed by Haley, slim bands around her wrists that would help modulate the sonic frequencies she could generate, potentially amplifying the dimensional signal. "Ready?" she asked simply. Naruto nodded, his blue eyes momentarily flickering to the Rinnegan's concentric purple pattern as he extended his perceptual awareness. "The dimensional currents are calm this morning. Best conditions we could hope for. With deliberate precision, he assumed the central position within the symbol matrix. The shadow gem responded immediately, amber and black, energy flowing outward along the etched channels, illuminating the complex pattern from within. As power built within the system, the air above the central nexus began to shimmer with dimensional NTIAL, reality thinning at precisely the coordinates they had calculated. Initiating contact sequence, Haley called, activating a series of commands on her equipment. Dimensional frequency locked, establishing resonance pattern. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward to the meditative space where Kurama dwelled. The Nine Tails was already alert, massive tails swaying with anticipation. This is unprecedented, even for you. The fox observed, voice rumbling through their shared mindscape. Deliberately reaching across dimensional boundaries rather than accidentally crashing through them. I need your help, Naruto replied directly. Your chakra exists partially outside conventional dimensional constraints. If you can extend your awareness through our connection. I'd serve as a beacon for those seeking you in the shinobi world. Kurama concluded, following his reasoning. A fixed point they could triangulate across the void. Exactly. The ancient demon considered this for a moment. Tails still swaying thoughtfully. Very well. But be warned. Where attention is directed, energy follows. What we attract may not be limited to your allies. This caution aligned with Naruto's own concerns, but necessity outweighed risk. With silent agreement, Kurama extended a portion of his chakra through their shared connection, the distinctive energy signa. Churei flowing into the shadow gem's matrix and amplifying the dimensional resonance. In the physical world, the effect was immediate and dramatic. The shimmering air above the central nexus condensed into a defined oval. Approximately 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Unlike the chaotic dimensional rifts they had been containing throughout Reefside, this aperture maintained stable geometry, its edges pulsing with the synchronized energies of science and chakra. Dimensional window stabilizing, Haley reported, excitement bleeding through her professional tone. Structure is holding at 94% integrity. Through the portal's translucent surface, indistinct shapes began to form. Buildings, trees, figures moving with purpose. The image clarified gradually, revealing a large circular room dominated by a massive desk. Maps and scrolls covered the walls, and a window behind the desk revealed a panoramic view of Konoha, the Hokage monument visible in the distance. The Hokage's office, Naruto identified. Recognition sending a wave of complex emotions through him. As the image continued to sharpen, figures within the room became distinct. Kakashi stood behind the desk, earring the formal robes and hat of the Hokage. Before him, a group that sent Naruto's heart racing. Sakura, her pink hair longer than he remembered. Shikamaru, expression serious as always, and unexpectedly, Hinata, whose presence suggested this gathering held significant importance. Most surprising was the collection of equipment surrounding them, technical apparatus that seemed out of place in the traditionally low-tech shinobi world. Seals and scrolls were integrated with what appeared to be measuring devices and energy modulators, creating a hybrid system not unlike their own current setup. They've been working on this from their side, Tommy observed, moving closer to the dimensional window. Independently developing methods to locate you. Before Naruto could respond, the figures in the Hokage's office reacted with sudden attention. Kakashi looked up sharply, visible eye widening as he sensed the dimensional connection forming. He gestured urgently to the others, who immediately activated their equipment, apparently strengthening the connection from their end. The dimensional window flared brighter, audio suddenly transmitting through the barrier that had previously allowed only visual connection. Frequency stabilizing, Shikamaru's voice came through, slightly distorted but unmistakable. Dimensional coordinates locked, chakra signature confirmed. It's him, Naruto. Sakura called out, stepping forward with naked hope in her expression. Can you hear us? The sound of her voice, a friend he'd known since childhood, unheard for what felt like both days and times, struck Naruto with physical force. He moved closer to the window, extending his hand toward the shimmering barrier. I hear you, he replied, voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm him. I'm here. The reaction on the other side was immediate. expressions of relief, exclamations of confirmation, Hinata actually sinking to her knees in what appeared to be prayer. Kakashi's reaction was more measured, his visible eye crinkling in what Naruto recognized as a smile beneath his ever-present mask. Dimensional connection stable but temporary, Shikamaru announced, monitoring their equipment. We have maybe 10 minutes before chakra depletion forces closure. Then let's not waste time, Kakashi stated with characteristic efficiency, focusing on Naruto. Your Arens created a seismic chakra disturbance that affected dimensional stability throughout the shinobi world. We've been tracking dimensional echoes for months trying to locate you. Months, Naruto repeated, the confirmation of time differential catching him off guard despite their theories. How long have I been gone? A brief exchange of glances occurred between the Konoha shinobi, concern evident in their expressions. 8 months, 17 days, Sakura answered finally. How long has it been for you? Less than 2 weeks, Naruto replied, understanding now why Kakashi had replaced Tsunade as Hokage. Time had flowed differently between dimensions, exactly as Haley had hypothesized. This revelation created a momentary silence as both sides processed its implications. Naruto used the pause to make introductions, gesturing to his companions. These are allies from this dimension, he explained. Dr. Tommy Oliver, the Black Ranger, Haley Zichter, technical specialist, and Kira Ford, the Yellow Ranger. They've been helping me understand this world and develop methods to contact you. Kakashi inclined his head in formal acknowledgement. The shinobi world thanks you for assisting one of our own. I am Kakashi Hatake, 6th Hokage of Konohagakure. With diplomatic niceties briefly addressed, they turned to practical matters. Shikamaru led the technical exchange with Haley, comparing notes on dimensional frequencies and stability parameters. The parallels in their independently developed theories created a foundation for potential collaboration, two brilliant minds. Separated by dimensional boundaries but united in purpose. We've identified 3 primary chakra frequencies that resonate across dimensional barriers, Shikamaru explained, showing scrolls covered in complex mathematical formulas. Using Naruto's unique chakra signature as a baseline, we developed a harmonic model that predicted potential dimensional coordinates. That aligns perfectly with our morphological energy matrix. Haley responded excitedly. We theorized that chakra and the morphing grid share fundamental harmonic patterns despite evolving in separate dimensions. As the technical discussion continued, Sakura approached the dimensional window from her side, studying Naruto with the medical expertise that had made her famous throughout the shinobi nations. Your chakra structure has changed, she observed, concern evident in her voice. There's an integration pattern I don't recognize, centered in your chest region. Naruto touched the shadow gem partially embedded in his sternum. The shadow power, a primordial energy source from this dimension that resonated with the Rinnegan. It's helped me stabilize in this reality. The Rinnegan has fully manifested. Kakashi asked sharply, attention diverted from other matters. When did this occur? During the battle with Madara, Naruto replied, realization dawning. You don't know what happened after we were displaced. This initiated a crucial exchange of information. Naruto provided a condensed account of his dimensional displacement, arrival in the Ranger's world, and subsequent events, including the most alarming development. Madara is here too, he revealed grimly. He's allied with this world's primary threat, a being called Mesogog who seeks to return Earth to the age of dinosaurs. They're collaborating on dimensional technology, potentially seeking access to the shinobi world. The Konoha group absorbed this news with the gravity it deserved. Kakashi's expression darkened visibly even through his mask. This confirms our worst fears, the 6th Hokage stated. We've detected dimensional disturbances that didn't match your chakra signature, more aggressive, invasive probing of dimensional boundaries. If Madara has found allies with complementary technology, the threat extends to both our worlds, Tommy concluded, stepping forward. Which makes cooperation between dimensions not just desirable but essential. Hinata, who had remained quiet throughout the exchange, finally spoke. Naruto-kun, she said, her voice carrying the same gentle strength he remembered, we've prepared a method to bring you home. Using a combination of space-time ninjutsu and the residual connection between you and the shinobi world, we can create a stable pathway for your return. The offer, direct and immediate, struck Naruto with unexpected force. Return home. The possibility he had considered theoretically now presented as concrete reality. 8 months had passed there. Lives had continued, adapted to his absence. Yet they had never stopped searching, never abandoned hope of his return. Before he could respond, Shikamaru added practical context. The technique requires precise chakra coordination from both sides. We would need to synchronize dimensional frequencies and establish a stable corridor. With your shadow power and our combined techniques, it's feasible. When? Tommy asked, his tone neutral but intent clear, assessing tactical implications rather than encouraging or discouraging the option. Now, potentially, Kakashi replied, surprising everyone. The current connection has established baseline dimensional coordinates. With proper amplification, we could expand this window into a traversable portal within minutes. The immediacy of the option created a moment of profound silence. Naruto found himself at a decision point he hadn't anticipated facing so soon, the choice between worlds compressed from theoretical future to immediate present. Kira's eyes met his, her expression complex but supportive. The connection they had been developing, tentative yet meaningful, hung unspoken between them. Return meant leaving that potential unexplored. Staying meant continuing to build something new while accepting permanent separation from his original world. Before anyone could press for his decision, alarms blared from both Haley's equipment and the Ranger's morphers simultaneously. Tommy moved immediately to the perimeter defense position, scanning for threats. Multiple hostiles approaching, he reported, Brachio staff at ready. And not from the direction of the diversion. Haley confirmed this assessment, checking her monitoring equipment. Tyrannodrones, at least 20. 2 signature energy patterns consistent with elite combatants, likely Elsa and a specialized monster. 3 minutes to perimeter breach. On the other side of the dimensional window, the Konoha shinobi reacted with instinctive preparation, their bodies tensing into combat readiness despite being physically removed from the threat. Our connection was detected, Shikamaru concluded grimly. Exactly as we feared. We need to close the window, Tommy advised, his tactical experience speaking. Maintain dimensional security until we can establish a more protected connection. Kakashi nodded in agreement from his side. Logical precaution. We'll maintain dimensional frequency monitoring and prepare for your next contact attempt. As Haley began shutdown procedures for the dimensional window, Sakura stepped closer to the barrier, her expression intense with suppressed emotion. Naruto, she said urgently, we haven't given up on you. Not for a single day. Whatever you decide, remember that. The window began to contract, the connection weakening as power was diverted to defensive systems. In the final moments before the portal closed completely, Naruto locked eyes with Kakashi, a wordless exchange passing between student and teacher, now Hokage. Be careful, Naruto, Kakashi said simply. And remember who you are, regardless of which world you stand in. The dimensional window collapsed with a soft implosion of energy, leaving ordinary air where the connection to Konoha had been. The symbol matrix continued to glow with residual power, amber and black energy slowly receding back into the shadow gem embedded in Naruto's chest. No time remained. For processing the emotional impact of this contact, the approaching threat demanded immediate attention. Naruto centered himself with practiced efficiency, compartmentalizing personal feelings to focus on tactical necessities. Kira, Tommy called, already in command mode, morph and establish perimeter defense on the south approach. I'll take north. Haley, secure the equipment and prepare for rapid evacuation if necessary. Naruto extended his awareness through the shadow power, sensing the approaching enemies with precision beyond normal perception. The energy signatures are unusual, he reported. The Tyrannodrones have been modified, their molecular structure shows integration of chakra pathways. And the monster, he paused, concern deepening as he processed what the Rinnegan revealed. It's designed specifically to counter chakra-based abilities. Some kind of absorption matrix built into its cellular structure. They're adapting to you, Tommy concluded grimly. Developing countermeasures against your abilities. Quote, Kira raised her morpher, determination hardening her features. Then we adapt faster. Dino thunder, power up. Ha! Yellow energy enveloped her in the familiar transformation sequence, materializing her ranger form with its characteristic pterodactyl design. Naruto followed suit, the shadow gem pulsing as he activated his own transformation. Shadow balance, ninja transform. The dual aspects of the shadow power flowed around him, amber and black energy intertwining to create his uniquely balanced ranger form. As the transformation completed, his enhanced perception immediately identified a strategic approach for the coming confrontation. "They're attempting to surround us," he observed, the Rinnegan perceiving enemy movements through solid rock. Conventional pincer attack with the specialized monster held in reserve. Classic shinobi containment strategy. Madara's influence, Tommy noted, already moving to counter the approach. He's teaching them ninja tactical doctrine. The first wave of pteranodrones crested the quarry rim, their appearance immediately confirming Naruto's assessment. Where standard pteranodrones resembled primitive reptilian humanoids, these advanced versions moved with fluid grace, their scaled bodies marked with patterns reminiscent of chakra seal designs. They descended the quarry walls with coordinated precision, maintaining perfect tactical spacing. Shadow style. Sensory projection, Naruto intoned, extending specialized chakra through the surrounding area. The technique, a hybrid of the shadow power and traditional ninja sensing methods, created an invisible field that mapped enemy positions and movement patterns in real time, sharing this tactical awareness with his allies through harmonic resonance. "I can see them," Kira confirmed, her helmet's display integrating the sensory data. "All of them, even those still concealed." 17 approaching from the north quadrant, Tommy reported, positioning himself to intercept. Another 15 from the south. Elsa is leading the southern group. "And the monster?" Haley asked from her partially fortified position, equipment now secured for potential evacuation. Naruto focused his perception, locating the specialized threat. "Eastern approach, moving independently. Maintaining distance until the initial engagement is underway." Classic flanking maneuver, Tommy identified. They want us committed to the main force before introducing their specialist. The tactical assessment complete, they positioned themselves for optimal defense. Tommy and Kira creating a protective perimeter around Haley's position, while Naruto established a mobile response capability, ready to reinforce whichever sector faced greatest pressure. Battle began with explosive suddenness. Pteranodrones descended from multiple directions simultaneously, their movements displaying unprecedented coordination. Unlike previous encounters where the creatures relied primarily on brute strength and numbers, these enhanced versions employed actual combat techniques, hand signs producing rudimentary jutsu effects, coordinated attacks targeting specific vulnerabilities, tactical repositioning to maintain advantageous formations. "They're using chakra," Kira called out, dodging a small fireball launched by one of the creatures. "Since when can pteranodrones breathe fire?" "Adaptation," Tommy replied grimly, his brachio staff deflecting an Earth-style attack that attempted to entrap his feet. Mesogogue is incorporating principles from Naruto's world into his creations. The Shadow Ranger moved fluidly through the chaos, his balanced form allowing him to counter multiple threat types simultaneously. Shadow clones materialized and dispersed throughout the battlefield, creating momentary confusion among the enemy forces while gathering tactical intelligence. "Their chakra network is artificial," he reported, analysis complete. "Limited pathways, minimal capacity for complex techniques. They're essentially running basic jutsu subroutines rather than truly manipulating chakra." This assessment provided an immediate tactical advantage. Understanding the limitations of the enemy's capabilities allowed for precisely targeted countermeasures. The Rangers adjusted their approach accordingly, focusing on disrupting the artificial chakra pathways rather than treating the techniques as genuine threats. Kira demonstrated particular adaptability, combining her sonic scream with spinning attacks that created disruptive frequency patterns, effectively jamming the chakra signals that coordinated the pteranodrone's more advanced maneuvers. Where the creatures attempted formation techniques, her sonics shattered their synchronization, ducking them to individualized threats the team could handle conventionally. Tommy, drawing on decades of martial arts experience across multiple Ranger iterations, identified the command structure within the pteranodrone formations. With surgical precision, he isolated and neutralized the lead creatures, further degrading their tactical coherence. For his part, Naruto employed a strategy uniquely suited to his dual-aspect powers. Rather than directly engaging the largest concentration of enemies, he focused on understanding the underlying pattern of their deployment, perceiving the strategic intent behind their movements. This isn't just an attack, he realized aloud, the Rinnegan perceiving subtle energy flows throughout the quarry. It's a containment operation. They're establishing a dimensional suppression field around our position. The implications were immediately concerning. If successful, such a field would prevent further dimensional communications and potentially neutral aspects of the shadow power that relied on dimensional manipulation. Elsa's group is the anchor point, he identified, locating the source of the suppression field. They're channeling energy rough specialized equipment to establish the field parameters. On it, Kira responded immediately, disengaging from her current opponents to target this greater threat. As she moved toward Elsa's position, the tactical landscape shifted dramatically. From the eastern approach, the specialized monster finally revealed itself, emerging from concealment with deliberate theatrical flair. The creature defied conventional categorization. Where most of Mesogog's creations maintained dinosaur-inspired aesthetics, this entity combined reptilian elements with distinctly humanoid characteristics and technological components. Its skin featured a crystalline quality that refracted light in unnatural patterns, creating a disorienting visual effect. Most concerning was the complex array of receptors embedded throughout its form, structures clearly designed to interact with energy fields rather than physical matter. "Greetings, Rangers," it announced, voice carrying unnatural harmonics that seemed to resonate with the quarry's stone walls. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chakravor, consumer of energies, absorber of powers." The theatrical introduction, though reminiscent of typical monster behavior, carried an underlying intelligence that distinguished this creation from Mesogog's usual attack drones. Naruto recognized Madara's influence immediately, the psychological warfare aspect, the calculated timing of the reveal. The deliberately unsettling aesthetics. "Be careful," he warned the others. "This isn't a standard monster. Its entire structure is designed to absorb and redirect energy attacks." As if to confirm this assessment, Chakravor extended crystalline appendages toward the nearest ongoing skirmish, where Tommy was dispatching a group of pteranodrones with energy-enhanced staff strikes. The creature's receptors pulsed, drawing in the ambient energy released by these attacks like water into a sponge. "Delicious," Chakravor commented, its crystalline features briefly glowing with absorbed power. "But merely an appetizer. I sense the main course nearby." Its focus shifted unmistakably toward Naruto, receptors reorienting to track the Shadow Ranger's energy signature. With disturbing speed for its bulky appearance, the creature launched itself directly at him, crystalline limbs extended to maximize absorption contact. Naruto evaded with practiced precision, years of shinobi training allowing him to assess and counter the attack pattern mid-motion. Rather than employing energy techniques that might feed the creature's absorption capability, he relied on physical taijutsu, connecting solid strikes to joint structures and potential weak points. The physical attacks landed with visible impact, but Chakravor seemed only momentarily inconvenienced. Its crystalline body reconfigured around the damage, maintaining functional integrity despite what should have been crippling blows. "Physical attacks," it mocked, receptors pulsing with anticipation. "How disappointing. Show me the power Mesogog fears, the dimensional energy you command." The taunt, clearly designed to provoke an energy-based response, confirmed Naruto's suspicion about the creature's primary function. This wasn't merely a combat unit but a specialized acquisition tool, designed to sample, analyze, and potentially replicate the shadow power. "Shadow Ranger," Tommy called from across the battlefield, recognizing the strategic threat. "Maintain distance. It's trying to provoke an energy response." The warning, though accurate, came as Chakravor launched a secondary attack, not at Naruto directly, but at Haley's position. Crystalline projectiles fired from its limbs, targeting the vulnerable technical specialist and her equipment with deadly precision. Instinct overrode tactical caution. Naruto flashed into position between the projectiles and their target, the shadow power manifesting as a protective barrier. Shadow Style. Dimensional Shield. The technique successfully intercepted the attack, amber and black energy forming a semi-permeable field that neutralized the projectiles. But the energy expenditure created exactly the opportunity Chakravor had been seeking. With unsettling speed, the creature extended sensory tendrils that made momentary contact with the dimensional shield. Though the connection lasted less than a second, the effect was immediate and alarming. Chakravor's crystalline structure pulsed with absorbed power, internal configurations realigning to process and integrate the sampled energy. Yes, it exulted, body transforming as it assimilated the dimensional properties. The shadow power, creation and destruction in perfect balance. Exactly as Master Madara described. The transformation completed with disturbing rapidity. Where before Chakravor had merely reflected light in unusual patterns, now its crystalline structure actually bent space around it, creating minor dimensional distortions similar to those produced by the shadow power. The receptors throughout its body had reconfigured into structures reminiscent of the shadow gem, though clearly artificial in nature. "It's replicating your abilities," Kira warned, disengaging from her confrontation with Elsa to assess this new threat. "Imperfectly," Naruto clarified, the Rinnegan perceiving crucial differences. "It's mimicking the energy signature without understanding the underlying principles." Quote, "This assessment proved accurate as Chakravor attempted to employ its newly acquired capabilities. Shadow style," it announced, mimicking Naruto's technique designations, dimensional fracture. The creature's attempt at dimensional manipulation produced a localized distortion, a small, unstable rift that pulsed with uncontrolled energy. Unlike Naruto's precisely modulated techniques, this replication lacked finesse and stability, creating hazardous spatial fluctuations that endangered everything nearby, including Chakravor itself. Recognizing both the immediate danger and strategic opportunity this represented, Naruto developed a countermeasure. If the creature could absorb and replicate energy patterns but lacked true understanding of dimensional principles, its own attempts at manipulation could become its greatest vulnerability. "Kira," he called out, formulating a plan that leveraged their recently developed combination techniques. "Harmonic disruption pattern. Target its central receptor matrix." The Yellow Ranger understood immediately, positioning herself for optimal sonic projection. As Chakravor struggled to control the unstable dimensional rift it had created, Naruto established the necessary harmonic framework. Wind style. Resonance channel. The technique created a precisely modulated air current between Kira's position and the monster, establishing ideal conditions for sonic transmission. Recognizing her cue, Kira unleashed a specialized version of her Terra Scream, not a broad-spectrum sonic attack, but a precisely calibrated frequency designed to interact with specific energy patterns. The harmonized sound traveled through Naruto's chakra channel, gaining both focus and power before striking Chakravor's receptor array. The effect was dramatically effective. The carefully tuned sonic vibrations created destructive interference patterns within the creature's crystalline structure, disrupting the delicate configurations necessary for energy absorption and replication. Chakravor convulsed as its systems destabilized, the unstable dimensional rift it had generated collapsing inward with increasing volatility. Rather than dissipating, however, the collapsing rift began to expand in a different pattern, transforming from chaotic distortion to structured aperture. "Something's wrong," Tommy called out, recognizing the unexpected development. "That's not a normal collapse sequence." Naruto's enhanced perception identified the phenomenon immediately. "It's forming a genuine portal," he warned, recognizing the distinctive energy signature. "The unstable replication is creating a temporary connection too." He faltered as the portal stabilized enough to reveal its destination. Through the dimensional aperture, a familiar landscape became visible. Massive trees, distinctive architecture, a mountain bearing carved faces. "Konoha," he breathed, recognition sending a shock through his system. "It's connecting to my home dimension." Quote, the portal, though unintentionally created, was establishing a direct bridge to the shinobi world, specifically to an area near Konoha's outer training grounds. Unlike the carefully controlled communication window they had established earlier, this connection was raw and unstable, creating potentially dangerous interactions between dimensions. Chakravor, recognizing the significance of what it had accidentally created, attempted to approach the portal despite its system's continued disruption. "Master Madara will be pleased," it muttered, crystalline limbs extending toward the dimensional opening. "A direct path to the chakra dimension." "Stop it," Tommy ordered, recognizing the strategic catastrophe that would result if Mesogog's forces gained direct access to the shinobi world. "We can't let it reach the portal." The Rangers converged on Chakravor, employing coordinated attacks to prevent its advance. Yet despite their efforts, the Chourei's singular focus and specialized design allowed it to weather their assault, gradually approaching the dimensional gateway while its systems attempted to restabilize. Naruto faced an immediate tactical dilemma. The portal represented both opportunity and threat, a potential path home but also a vulnerability that could expose his original world to Mesogog and Madara's combined forces. Destroying it risked dimensional backlash that could harm both connected realities. Securing it required resources they couldn't spare while engaged with Chakravore and the remaining Tyrannodrones. The Desi, Scion crystallized with shinobi clarity, immediate action required regardless of personal cost. Keep Chakravore contained, he instructed the others. I'll secure the portal from the other side. Before anyone could object to this dangerous division of forces, Naruto created multiple shadow clones to reinforce the ranger's position, then moved toward the portal with decisive purpose. Naruto, wait, Kira called, recognizing his intent. We need a coordinated. But he had already passed through the dimensional aperture, the shadow power creating a stabilizing field around him as he traversed the chaotic boundary between worlds. The transition was disorienting but brief, a moment of dimensional vertigo followed by the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. The Shadow Ranger straightened, taking in his surroundings with complex emotion barely contained beneath professional focus. He stood in a forest clearing approximately 2 kilometers from Konoha's main gates, a training area he had used countless times during his development as a shinobi. The massive trees, the quality of light filtering through dense foliage, the distinctive scent of vegetation unique to Fire Country, all struck him with visceral familiarity. Home. After less than 2 weeks subjective time but over 8 months objective reality, he stood once more in the world of his birth. The portal pulsed behind him, its edges fluctuating with increasing instability. Through its distorted surface, the battle in Reefside Quarry continued, the Rangers maintaining defensive positions against Chakravore and the remaining Tyrannodrones. The monster's receptors repeatedly attempted to lock onto the portal's energy signature, seeking to stabilize and potentially expand the connection. Naruto knew he had moments at most to implement a solution before the situation deteriorated beyond recovery. The shadow power offered a potential approach, not destroying the portal, which could damage dimensional boundaries, but controlled closure that would prevent further transit while allowing natural dissipation. Before he could implement this plan, unexpected movement from the Konoha direction caught his attention. A Troll squad of shinobi approached rapidly through the trees, clearly drawn by the dimensional disturbance. As they entered the clearing, Naruto recognized their leader immediately, a kunoichi with blonde hair and distinctive blue eyes. Ino, he identified, surprise momentarily displacing tactical focus. The Yamanaka clan heir dropped into defensive position upon seeing the armored figure before the dimensional anomaly. Kunai drawn with professional readiness. Her teammates, Chuchunin Naruto didn't immediately recognize, flanked her with similar caution. Identify yourself, Ino demanded, her voice carrying the authority of an experienced Jonin. What is that portal, and why does it radiate chakra similar to? She faltered, recognition dawning as she processed the energy signature more carefully. Naruto, is that you behind that strange armor? The unexpected reunion created momentary conflict between mission focus and personal connection. Naruto made a rapid tactical decision, I ally deactivating his transformation to reveal his face while maintaining the shadow power's energy flow. It's me, he confirmed, visor retracting to show familiar blue eyes. No time to explain fully. This portal is unstable, connecting to another dimension where I've been trapped. Hostile forces are attempting to use it to access our world. To her credit, Ino processed this extraordinary information with professional efficiency. Shifting immediately from surprise to tactical assessment. Understood. My team will establish perimeter security while you address the dimensional anomaly. What support do you need? The prompt, practical response reminded Naruto why Konoha's shinobi were renowned throughout their world. Adaptability to impossible situations wasn't merely trained, it was cultivated as fundamental mindset. I need to seal this portal safely without damaging dimensional boundaries, he explained rapidly. The process will generate significant energy discharge. Your team's hold maintain minimum safe distance, approximately 50 meters. Ino nodded sharply, signaling her teammates to establish the recommended perimeter. As they moved to comply, she addressed the obvious question with characteristic directness. The Hokage has had search teams looking for you since you vanished during the Madara confrontation. Where have you been? And what is that power you're using? It feels like your chakra but different. It's called the shadow power, Naruto replied, already beginning the necessary preparations for the sealing technique. A primordial energy source the dimension where I've been displaced. It bonded with me, helping me survive and adapt there. Though clearly burning with additional questions, Ino recognized the tactical priority. Complete your technique. Full debriefing can wait for secure conditions. With his immediate perimeter secured by Konoha Shinobi, Naruto focused entirely on the portal closure. The dual aspects of the shadow power responded to his intent. Amber and black energy flowing in precise patterns that engaged with the dimensional aperture's structural framework. Shadow style. Dimensional suture, he intoned, dire. CTing the balanced energy to begin sealing the portal from its edges inward. Through the narrowing opening, he could see the Rangers continuing their battle against Chakravore. The creature had ally recovered from the sonic disruption, its systems adapting to counter that specific frequency. It renewed its efforts to approach the portal, sensing the closure process beginning. The connection is being terminated. It called out, crystalline limbs extending desperately toward the shrinking aperture. Master Madara requires access to the chakra dimension. As the portal contracted further, Naruto faced a critical decision point that had materialized with unexpected suddenness. The pathway between worlds would close completely in moments. If he remained on this side, in his home dimension, the closure would prevent immediate return to the Ranger world. If he returned through the portal before completing the sealing, the process might destabilize, potentially allowing Chakravore to follow. In that fraction of a second, multiple considerations flashed through his mind. The Rangers fighting without his support. The shadow power's role in maintaining dimensional stability. The connections he had formed in that other world. Kira's expression as she called after him. The responsibility he had assumed by accepting the Shadow Gem's power. Against these factors stood everything he had worked toward throughout his life. His place in Konoha. His dream of becoming Hokage. Friends who had searched for him across dimensional boundaries. The world he had sworn to protect since childhood. The portal contracted to approximately 1 meter diameter, the final moment of viable transit approaching with inexorable certainty. Naruto, Ino called, sensing his internal conflict even without employing her clan's mind techniques. The Hokage needs to debrief you. If that portal closes, I know, he replied, decision crystallizing with clarity born from years of impossible choices. Tell Kakashi-sensei I'm alive. Tell everyone I'm okay. Tell them I'll find a way back properly, when both worlds are secure. Before Ino could respond, Naruto completed the dimensional suture technique, stabilizing its structure to continue closure automatically. Then, with split-second timing refined through countless combat situations, he dove through the rapidly contracting portal. The transitee, on back to the Ranger dimension hit with physical impact, the dimensional boundary resistance increasing as the portal sealed behind him. He landed in a controlled roll, immediately regaining combat's stance as the portal closed with a subdued implosion of energy. Naruto, Kira called, relief evident despite her ongoing engagement with Tyrannodrones. You made it back. The portal, Tommy asked, maintaining defensive position against Chakravore's renewed assault. Sealed safely from both sides, Naruto confirmed, fully reactivating his Ranger transformation. Konoha Shinobi secured their perimeter. No breach occurred. The tactical situation remained challenging despite this success. Chakravore, though denied access to the Shinobi world, had partially recovered its systems and continued adapting to their attack patterns. The remaining Tyrannodrones maintained coordinated pressure under Elsa's direction, and the dimensional suppression field they had been establishing was approaching activation parameters. We need to end this now, Tommy assessed, recognizing the deteriorating strategic position. Combined attack on Chakravore before it fully adapts to our techniques. The Shadow Ranger assessed the battlefield with enhanced perception, identifying a critical vulnerability in the enemy's configuration. The suppression field generators are channeling excess energy through Chakravore, he reported. If we overload its absorption capacity while disrupting the field generators simultaneously, Cascading system failure, Haley concluded from her protected position, following the tactical reasoning. But it would require perfectly synchronized attacks from multiple positions. Rangers specialize in synchronization, Tommy replied with confidence born from decades of experience. Shadow Ranger, coordinate the energy attack pattern. Kira, prepare sonic disruption at these coordinates. I'll target the primary field generators. The plan formed with practiced efficiency, each team member understanding their role without extensive explanation. As they moved into position, Naruto extended his awareness through the shadow power, creating the harmonic framework necessary for their combined assault. Chakravore, sensing the tactical shift, attempted to reconfigure its receptors to handle the anticipated energy surge. Your coordination is impressive, it acknowledged. Crystalline structure pulsing with anticipation. But I was designed to absorb the shadow power itself. Your combined energies are within my capacity. You were designed to absorb individual energy signatures. Naruto corrected, the Rinnegan perceiving the creature's fundamental limitation. Not harmonized frequencies across multiple power sources. At his signal, the Rangers initiated their synchronized attack. Tommy's Brachio staff channeled Earth energy into the primary field generators, disrupting their carefully calibrated frequencies. Kira's Terra Scream targeted specific harmonic nodes within Chakravore's crystalline structure, creating resonance patterns that prevented proper energy distribution. And Naruto employed a specialized shadow technique that didn't project energy for absorption but instead manipulated the dimensional properties of space around the creature. Shadow Style. Dimensional Inversion. The technique didn't attack Chakravore directly but instead reversed the polarity of space surrounding it, causing energy to flow inward rather than outward. The monster's absorption systems, designed to pull energy in controlled patterns, suddenly faced opposed influx from all directions simultaneously. Too much. It screeched, crystalline structure developing fracture patterns as system overload cascaded through its form. Absorption matrix failing, reconfiguration impossible at this intake rate. The creature's receptors began to rupture, releasing stored energy in uncontrolled bursts. These discharges, in turn, disrupted the dimensional suppression field generators, creating a feedback loop that amplified the cascading failure. Tyrannodrones operating the equipment were caught in the energy backwash, their artificial chakra networks overloading with similar results. Recognizing imminent catastrophic failure, Elsa disengaged from the battlefield with characteristic tactical pragmatism. Retreat, she ordered the surviving Tyrannodrones. Containment operation compromised. Data collection complete. As Mesogog's forces withdrew, Chakravore reached critical failure state, its crystalline structure simultaneously imploding and exploding as dimensional energies released in contradictory patterns. The monster's form destabilized completely, collapsing into component particles that dissipated into ambient energy. The battlefield fell momentarily silent as the Rangers assessed the aftermath. The dimensional suppression field had failed before achieving operational status. The specialized monster had been destroyed. Enemy forces had retreated. By conventional metrics, a clear victory. Yet Naruto sensed unease among his teammates as they regrouped in the quarry's center, where the symbol matrix still glowed with residual energy from their earlier dimensional communication. They accomplished their primary objective, Tommy stated, giving voice to this concern as he demorphed. Data collection on the shadow power and our dimensional communication techniques. Quote, and they forced you to make a choice, Kira added quietly, her own transformation receding to reveal an expression of complex emotion. That portal, you could have stayed on the other side. The observation cut to the heart of what had transpired, not merely a battle against external enemies but a forced confrontation with internal conflict. The choice Naruto had made in that critical moment carried significance beyond tactical considerations. I could have, he acknowledged, allowing his own transformation to recede. The shadow gem pulsed gently against his chest. Dual aspects in harmonious balance despite the recent combat expenditure. But responsibility doesn't end with opportunity. Haley approached from her secured position, equipment partially packed for evacuation. You chose to return, she observed with characteristic perceptiveness. Despite being home, despite everything and everyone waiting for you there. I chose to continue what I started here, Naruto clarified, finding words for a decision made primarily through instinct and character rather than calculated reasoning. The shadow power creates responsibility to both worlds, not just one. And Madara threatens both dimensions, not just one. The explanation, though factually accurate, didn't fully capture the emotional reality underlying his choice. The moment of decision had involved not just strategic assessment but visceral connection, to the Rangers fighting beside him, to the commitment he had made in accepting the shadow power, to the growing sense that his path forward might bridge worlds rather than choosing between them. Kira seemed to perceive this unspoken dimension, her expression softening with understanding. "You're coming back for them," she said with quiet certainty. "When this is finished, when both worlds are secure, you'll find a way to maintain connection to both." The insight struck with remarkable accuracy. Though he hadn't articulated this intent even to himself, it perfectly captured the underlying current of his decision. Not permanent separation from either world, but eventual connection between them. "Balance," he confirmed simply, touching the shadow gem embedded in his chest. "It's what the shadow power represents. What it makes possible." As they gathered their equipment and prepared to depart the quarry, Naruto found himself processing the brief but profound reconnection with his home world. The sensation of Konoha's forest around him, Ino's shocked recognition, the knowledge that his friends had never stopped searching, never abandoned hope of his return. These experiences didn't create division but rather integration, additional dimensions to a self that continued expanding through exposure to multiple worlds. The Naruto who had returned through the portal was neither simply the Konoha shinobi nor solely the Shadow Ranger, but a synthesis that encompassed both identities and the connections they represented. "We need to prepare for Mesogog's next move," Tommy stated as they loaded equipment into their vehicles. "Today's encounter confirms they're developing specific countermeasures against the shadow power. Their tactical approach is becoming more sophisticated under Madara's influence. We need reinforcements," Haley added pragmatically. "Someone with expertise in countering ninja-style tactics." An idea formed in Naruto's mind, a potential solution that aligned with both tactical necessity and the bridging philosophy he had begun to embrace. "There might be someone who could help," he suggested. "Not from my dimension, but from this world. Someone with relevant experience." "Who?" Tommy asked, immediately attentive to any strategic advantage. "You mentioned other ranger teams," Naruto reminded him, "including one that drew power from ninja traditions. If they developed techniques based on similar principles to my world's shinobi arts." Understanding dawned in Tommy's expression. "The Ninja Storm Rangers," he confirmed. "Their powers derived from ancient ninja academies that have existed on Earth for centuries. Different from your world's chakra techniques, but conceptually related. A translator between systems," Haley elaborated, grasping the strategic value immediately. "Someone who understands both ninja philosophy and ranger protocols. It could give us the adaptability we need against Madara's hybridized tactics." "I'll contact Cam Watanabe," Tommy decided, referring to the Ninja Storm team's technical specialist. "See which of their rangers might be available to assist." As they departed the quarry, Naruto found his thoughts returning to the brief portal connection with Konoha. Though lasting only moments, the experience had confirmed what he had intellectually understood but emotionally needed to verify. His home world continued, his place within it remained, his connections there endured despite separation. This knowledge didn't create conflicting loyalty but rather expanded capacity. The shadow power had shown him that dimensional boundaries were more permeable than absolute, that connection could transcend conventional separation, At balance didn't require choosing one reality over another but rather harmonizing multiple truths simultaneously. In the vehicle returning to the command center, Kira sat beside him in companionable silence, occasionally glancing his way with an expression that suggested understanding beyond words. Her perception, a musician's intuitive grasp of harmonic relationships, seemed to recognize that his choice to return hadn't diminished connection to his original world but rather affirmed commitment to maintaining balance between dimensions. "For what it's worth," she said finally, breaking the contemplative silence. "I'm glad you came back. Not just for tactical reasons." The simple statement carried emotional weight beyond its literal meaning, acknowledgement of personal connection developing alongside professional alliance. Naruto found himself responding with equal directness. "So am I," he replied. "Not just for tactical reasons." The shadow gem pulsed gently against his chest, as if affirming this balance between worlds. Between commitments, between connections. Dual aspects in harmony rather than opposition. Creation and destruction, light and shadow, past and present, here and there. Balance not as static equilibrium but as dynamic integration, maintaining connection across dimensional boundaries that seemed absolute only to those who lacked the perspective to perceive their fundamental permeability. 2 days later, the command center beneath Tommy's house buzzed with renewed purpose. Haley and Ethan occupied the main technical station, analyzing data from the Q-Uari encounter and refining their understanding of dimensional communication principles. Connor ran perimeter security checks, his enhanced speed allowing comprehensive coverage of the extensive property. Tommy managed communication with other ranger teams, coordinating potential reinforcement options. Naruto sat cross-legged on the training room floor, deep in meditative connection with the shadow power. The dual aspects flowed through his system in balanced harmony, amber and black energy occasionally manifesting as visible aura around his seated form. Through this focused communion, he UGHT deeper understanding of the power's nature and limitations, insights that tactical necessity had prevented during combat application. The Shadow Gem revealed its history in fragments, impressions rather than linear narrative. Concepts rather than specific details. Its origins predated the dinosaurs, emerging from primordial energy patterns when dimensions themselves were still forming. It had witnessed the development of the morphing grid, the emergence of dinosaur power, the eventual division of energies into specialized gems. Most significantly, it confirmed what Naruto had begun to understand intuitively. Its fundamental purpose was not division but connection, not separation but integration across dimensional boundaries. The balanced dual aspects represented not opposing forces but complementary perspectives on unified reality. His meditation was interrupted by the training room door opening. Kira entered, excitement evident in her expression despite attempts at casual demeanor. "Our ninja expert has arrived," she announced. "And she's not what I expected." Naruto rose fluidly to his feet, curious about this statement. "In what way?" "See for yourself," Kira replied, gesturing for him to follow. They made their way to the main command center, where the team had gathered around a new arrival. The woman stood conversing with Tommy, her appearance immediately striking in ways Naruto hadn't anticipated. Tall and athletic, with blonde hair streaked with subtle blue highlights, she carried herself with the balanced posture of a trained martial artist. Her clothing, blue accented casual wear rather than traditional ninja garb, belied her professional background, but her alert awareness of surroundings revealed disciplined training. Most surprising was her demeanor, open, expressive, with none of the guarded reserve characteristic of shinobi from Naruto's world. She laughed easily at something Tommy said, the sound carrying natural confidence rather than calculated presentation. Tommy noticed their arrival and gestured them forward. "Naruto, I'd like you to meet Tori Hansen, the Blue Wind Ranger from the Ninja Storm team, water ninja specialist and surfing champion." The woman turned, assessing Naruto with practiced efficiency despite her friendly expression. "So you're the interdimensional ninja everyone's talking about," she greeted him, extending her hand in Western custom rather than bowing. "Nice to finally meet you." As Naruto accepted the handshake, he sensed the controlled power behind her casual grip, the disciplined energy management of someone thoroughly trained in their art. Though different from chakra as he understood it, her ninja energy carried distinctive harmonic patterns that resonated with familiar principles. "Tori has agreed to assist us in developing countermeasures against Madara's tactical influence," Tommy explained. "Her experience with both ninja techniques and ranger protocols makes her uniquely qualified to help bridge those systems. Plus," Tori added with casual confidence, "I've fought evil space ninjas, dark ninja academies, and my own evil twin. Dimensional shinobi with god complexes feels like a natural next step in my career progression." The humor, delivered with genuine warmth rather than deflection, represented an approach to ninja identity fundamentally different from the solemn tradition Naruto had been raised in. Yet beneath the casual presentation, he sensed authentic commitment to the underlying principles that transcended specific cultural expressions of ninja philosophy. "Your ninja traditions?" he inquired. "Professional curiosity engaging, they're based on elemental affinities similar to my world's chakra nature types." Tori nodded, immediately shifting to technical exchange rather than social pleasantries. Wind, earth, and water form our primary elemental trinity, though thunder and samurai traditions exist as related but distinct lineages. Each element corresponds to specific techniques, combat approaches, and philosophical orientations. Similar conceptual framework, different implementation, Naruto observed, recognizing both parallels and divergences from his world's system. What about chakra pathways, energy circulation patterns? We call it Kai rather than chakra, Tori explained, but the underlying principle is comparable, internal energy channeled through specific meridians to produce external effects. Our techniques focus more on environmental manipulation than direct energy projection, though. The technical discussion continued as Tommy led them toward the planning area, where topographical maps of Reefside had been annotated with recent dimensional disturbance locations. Haley joined them, contributing relevant data from her analysis of Chakravore's remains. The creature's absorption matrix was designed specifically to sample and replicate chakra-based techniques, she reported, displaying molecular scans on a nearby monitor. Its structure suggests Mesogog is developing increasingly sophisticated countermeasures against ninja-style energy manipulation. Which is where I come in, Tori interjected, studying the data with professional interest. Ninja storm techniques operate on similar principles but different energy frequencies. If we can develop hybrid approaches that alternate between chakra and Kai methodologies, we create attack patterns they can't easily adapt to, Naruto concluded, following the strategic reasoning. Constant variation prevents effective countermeasure development. The collaborative planning session continued with increasing momentum, each participant contributing from their respective expertise. Tori provided insights into Earth's ninja traditions, highlighting techniques that might prove effective against Madara's tactical approach. Naruto offered detailed analysis of shinobi combat doctrine, identifying potential vulnerabilities in conventional ninja deployment patterns. The Rangers contributed their experience with Mesogog's standard operational procedures, creating a comprehensive tactical framework. Throughout this professional exchange, Naruto found himself appreciating the unexpected synergy developing with Tori. Where he had anticipated needing to translate concepts between fundamentally different systems, he instead discovered complementary understanding, different expressions of shared philosophical foundations. The water ninja grasped chakra principles with intuitive ease, while offering fresh perspectives from her tradition that expanded his own conceptual framework. Your shadow power, she noted during a brief pause in the strategic planning, it reminds me of something our sensei once described. The primordial balance that existed before the separation of ninja schools. The source from which all elemental affinities originally derived. The observation aligned with impressions Naruto had received during his meditation. The shadow GM seems to predate the formal structures that evolved in both our worlds, he confirmed. It represents fundamental principles rather than specialized applications. Balance through integration rather than opposition. Tori summarized with unexpected philosophical depth beneath her casual demeanor. Finding harmony between seemingly contradictory forces instead of choosing one over another. He insight resonated with Naruto's evolving understanding of both the shadow power and his own position between worlds. Where he had initially perceived dimensional displacement as a problem requiring resolution through return to his original reality, he increasingly recognized potential for meaningful connection across boundaries previously considered absolute. As the planning session concluded, with assigned action items and training schedules, Tori approached Naruto with a more personal inquiry. Tommy mentioned you're still adjusting to Earth culture, she said. If you want a perspective from someone who balances ninja life with normal civilian existence, I'm happy to help. 16 years of experience navigating that dual identity. The offer, delivered with casual friendliness rather than formal obligation, represented another unexpected bridge between worlds, not dimensional this time, but cultural and philosophical. Tori Hansen embodied an integration of ninja discipline with ordinary life that differed fundamentally from the isolated shinobi villages of Naruto's world, yet achieved similar functional outcomes through different methodologies. I'd appreciate that, he replied honestly. This world operates on different assumptions than the one I'm familiar with. Having a translator for more than just techniques would be helpful. Great, she responded with easy confidence. Training first. Cultural orientation after. We start tomorrow at dawn. Water ninja techniques against shadow power. Should be interesting to see how they interact. As the meeting dispersed and D-team members departed to their assigned tasks, Naruto found himself reflecting on the expanding connections forming in this world. Where initial displacement had created isolation, subsequent experiences had established progressive integration, first with the Rangers as tactical allies, then with individuals forming personal bonds, now with Tori representing philosophical bridging between ninja traditions. The shadow power pulsed gently against his chest, dual aspects in harmonious balance. Its nature increasingly aligned with his evolving perspective, not forcing choice between opposing alternatives, but creating capacity for integration across boundaries previously considered impermeable. Balance not as compromise but as expansion, not as limitation but as liberation from false dichotomies. Dimensional boundaries, like philosophical divisions, appeared absolute only to those who lacked perspective to perceive their fundamental permeability. As he prepared for tomorrow's training with Tori, Naruto sensed new possibilities emerging from the connections forming around him, not replacing what had existed before, but adding dimensions to an identity continuing to evolve through Expo. Sure to multiple worlds and their unique wisdoms. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.